What is going on, crypto enthusiasts? It's hump day. Hump day. Late start in the day, but it's all good. You guys got some of the calls late last night for the ETH short. Now it's just all about managing. As we go through the remainder of the course of the week, we're really looking to manage that position. I did post inside the corner that there's possibility we can actually tap into that 3063 level. That's why I was just being hesitant and cautious with you guys, letting you guys know to take profits. Don't get too greedy on this. You'll hear me say it time and over again. This is not the market to get married to any one side of a position. It's all about compounding. That's what you're going to be experiencing here on these streams. If there are going to be some setups for us, I'll be taking those here live with you guys. I am looking at additional coins as well too. I have my eye on River right now. I like some of the drops that we have on it. We did short River from roughly around 82. Some of us got back in around 77, and it's riding to our targets. Now, I do believe that it could bounce a little bit higher and then come back down again. I'll be diving into that a little bit later. But welcome. Good afternoon to all you guys. I'm glad you guys like the thumbnails. That's what's up. Yeah, just trying to keep it a little bit entertaining, if you will. What's going on, Jeff? What's going on, Monk? What's up, Dishwasher? I'm definitely not a secret agent. I'm one man. Hope you guys are all doing well too, man. Good afternoon. God bless you guys. Peace be with you. Let's dive into some of these charts. Let's see what we got going on. I actually got River posted up on here, so let me transition this over real quick for us, and then I'll dive into ETH for us. I'll do one screen first, and I'll open up both of them so that way we can look at both. All right. What's up, party? Good evening. Let's look at some Aether. So kind of what I was explaining to you guys just yesterday, right? Like this whole move, actually, mainly we were charting on lower time frames. I believe we were all the way down to like a 3 minute, right? We had this idea over here and we tapped into these levels. This wave went a little bit higher, but that's okay. We had one here on a 34. See, we're looking at this being a wave 1 inside this area, and then wave 2 is coming over here inside this area. Now we're obviously moving sideways on this impulse. I'm going to remeasure this wave 1 because it went a smidge a little bit higher, and then I'm going to remeasure this wave 2 to right over here. I still have room for 3057 all the way to 3000 70s in that area because there is some liquidity that sits inside that zone. You saw me post that inside of my corner, so that's why I'm just being hesitant in the sense of saying full port into this position. We're going all the way down to 2788, 2812. That would be great, but I think we need to start developing a little bit more signs of weakness as we get into those areas. So I'm gonna go back over to a 377 real quick for us. This is essentially what I'm looking at as far as being a wave 1, right? You got your A, and you got your A, you got your B, and you got your C. Then you had a continuation down here. You could also look at this as an A, B, C as well too. An A. You could actually look at this so many different ways. That's one thing that's pretty neat about utilizing Elliott waves. It's all going to be speculative, contingent on the time frame you're looking at. So you could look at this as a wave 1 or wave A, excuse me. And then you got a wave B coming up somewhere over here, and then you'll get a wave C that'll float down to these areas. That's why I feel like this area, this 3057 area, is going to be pivotal. It also lines up with the harmonic that we were measuring out over here for this total pattern. So I want to see this wave B either act as a point of rejection or acceptance. So acceptance will obviously push us a little bit higher, but rejection will push us back down to these levels over here. So that in a nutshell is essentially kind of what we're looking at. We're just waiting for wave 1 to finish and give us our confirmation that it is complete. We do have a 9 that printed over here. The 9 printed, which appears to be a double top or equal highs, if you will. So that's a strong move for us altogether. Got some coffee brewing. Give me a quick second, guys. Let me go grab my coffee before it boils over. You guys know how it goes. Gotta have that coffee. Gotta have that coffee. Vote for saying, what's up, Scissors? What's going on, brother? I hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead and take a look real quick here at some liquidity. Let me throw some things back on for you guys. All right, so let's take a peek at some of these order blocks, at least for ETH. You know, we got a thick block that sits right over here, right around like 30.50. That lines up with that wave B area of 30.57.13 for ETH. You know, it's this section right over here. If you can see it on my chart that I'm looking at right here, it's this purple line that we're identifying. So I do want to see price action get into this level. I know I'm going to have a short activated there in that level. Maybe we just get a sweep of this double top over here. People looking at it as a double top saying, okay, that's confirmation that it's a reversal. And then we just get one of those high yas up to the top. And then we get a push down. One thing to throw caution to the wind from a lead up phase perspective, utilizing TD9 sequential, we are printing a 1 on this. So essentially that's kind of pointing towards that this trend is not done. That doesn't mean that we can't have some type of retracement first, and then that trend will continue. And that lines up with what I was kind of mentioning to you guys as far as going into a wave 1, then a wave 2, then we have a wave 3. That'll put us in higher levels. I feel like the big short, the big short would come from like 3,500s, 3,600s, all the way up to like 3,800s inside of those areas. It's kind of ludicrous to think ETH has topped out here, you know, right around 3,400, and it's also equally ludicrous to think that ETH has bottomed out here for the year. So we have equal areas of where we can reach to, and again, not to beat a dead horse here, but it's the reason why I keep saying don't marry your positions, just take profits. Once those key levels start tapping in, let's say we went to 2,200, then I could say, okay, yep, let's look for some swings. Or if we went to 1,900, let's look for some swings. If we got to 3,600, 3,800, what have you, let's look for some swings. So that is kind of my thought process on Ethereum. Let's look at, actually, before I jump out of that, let's look at some liquidity pockets. You can see we have a good amount that sits down here. We have a good little amount that sits right over here too, 31.33. So let's say it blows past 3,057 and we see a wick all the way up to 31.36. We'll know why. We'll know that it's targeting those liquidity areas. So this is going to be a key level that I'm going to start looking for entries. If it starts to push past that in that area, then I'm going to be hunting that liquidity pocket. There's 84%, which is roughly around 7.1 million in liquidity that sits inside that zone. I do have an idea that I was charting out for a river. I want to jump over to that real quick. I was playing around with this earlier today. It's one of the reasons why I was a little bit late on the stream. I wanted to dive into river a little bit more. We do have a good push down to the downside. A lot of us, like as I mentioned before, a lot of us were shorting from this area right over here, 74. I believe this was just yesterday, right? Yeah, this was just yesterday. And some of us were taking some shorts that are even over here in the day before. So some of us may have been round tripped. Some of us may have held and went in. I actually got in at 82 and some change. I've taken profits. I've had add backs. You know, I've relonged it. I've shorted again. So it feeds a little bit more into some of the setups that I'm looking at overall. Right now I'm looking at this ABCD pattern. It is a harmonic. That's what you see this green line right over here. And I had two thought processes on this, right? I was looking at saying, okay, well, what if this is just a big giant flag that's forming? What if, right? That's the big what if. Then we'd have some serious upside. I haven't seen yet in a very long time any flags, bear flag, bull flag, perform. I just haven't seen those yet. Not in the sense of career. I'm just saying in this market where we are inside of this trend, I haven't seen any of them perform. So I was looking to see if I can catch a short-term long on river, looking at, you know, longing inside of this wave D area. Now I do have some liquidity that sits inside the zone. Coupled with that, I was also measuring these swing points where wave 4 was at to where wave 5 finished, was looking at saying, okay, well, if I do have a flag, what's going to be my retracement levels for that flag? Now we tapped into a 707. You may not be able to see that clearly on your screen just because it's small and based on the coloration of it, but that's this line right over here. It's 46.552. It tapped right into that 707 level. Now, usually for flags, or at least when you have a vertical run up, this in itself, just so you're aware, this is a vertical run up. This entire move is a vertical run up, but obviously we topped out here. We had a retracement, and then the vertical run up continued. So this is why I'm measuring from this swing points, because you have a VRU, vertical run up, and typically vertical run ups will form flags. I use the word typically very loosely here because, as I mentioned before, most flags have not performed in this market, whether it be bull flags or bear flags. They just haven't performed. But let's just look at the technical aspect of it. In the event that we do get that type of pattern, what is going to be the retracement level to start forming that flag? Typically from 618 to about 76 levels, fib levels, that's going to be like your grounds as far as where flags are starting to be formed. So when I look at that and I keep that in mind, if I am going to form a flag here for river, it's got to be this 707. It already violated a 618 area, so I took that off the board. 618 sat like somewhere right around here, and we violated that. So I'm looking at 707 down to 76, seeing if that area can actually maintain and hold itself. If it does come down a little bit lower, down to 76 area, there are quite a few little pockets that sit inside this zone. This lines up with some of the ideas that I was talking about, getting into the, 30 handles, which is close to right around here. It's still in the 40s here, but we get to like an 88 fib level, that puts us at 37.22. So that's the bullish narrative for it, right? In the event, excuse me, in the event that we push up higher, this is a flag, then, we're going to be right back inside of price discovery. I can show you what that measured move looks like. It's not guaranteed because, again, it's price discovery, but it would look something like that, right? That's your flag. And let's just assume, let's say breakout is here inside this area. That puts river at 200. So, that's pretty aggressive. Let's move this down a little bit. Let's just assume that it breaks out somewhere here. Point being, it's going to be north of 150. If that is the case, again, it's price discovery. We have no data to go off of. So I don't know if it's going to go to that level. I don't know if it would come short of that, if it'd go higher than that. I really don't know. I'm just looking at, from a measured move perspective, that's how you would measure the move. Anytime you're utilizing a flag, your measured move is always going to be equal to your pull. This would be our pull. And then wherever your breakout is going to be from, you're just going to measure from that area. Boom. That's going to give you your measured move. And now, mind you, a flag is a continuation pattern. So if we do see a breakout here inside of this area, inside these zones, then we'll know why. Then shorts should just kind of take a back seat, and then we wait for more signs of weakness, and then we can look in for more shorts. The other side of that, now let's look at the if this then that, right? What if it isn't a flag? What if it's something different? What if it gets to the top of this trend line right over here because it's it's formed right here? It had one tap right over here. It's had two taps here. Well, excuse me, one tap here, two taps here. We really need to see a second tap right over here, and we'll possibly see a third. So we could see a couple different things here. It really is going to matter what happens here at this trend line. I also have some fib levels that sit inside the zone. I have a liquidity pocket that sits right over here inside this area, and I also have an order block that sits inside this zone. The other side of it, the way that I'm looking at it, is saying, okay, well, if I have a fifth wave that sits here, now I got an ABC, A, B, and then C. Now I have an impulse up, but then I violated that level, so I couldn't get a wave one out of that. So then that changes the narrative to say, okay, then this move down to the downside, that would be my bearish count for a wave one. So the move up would be a wave two. That's something that we would need to look at and take into consideration. Wave two can be relatively flat. We saw that yesterday for ETH on lower time frames. It's not a common level for ETH, or excuse me, for L8 waves, but it is a level that can happen. Typically they're sharp, and so sharp levels are going to put us right inside of this order block, which is right around 618. If it takes that order block for liquidity and decides to run back up to, like, let's say 68 or even 71, these are going to be sharp levels. This could allude to the fact, or at least create inducement that, hey, you know, this is a flag, this is what everyone's seeing, we have a breakout, we broke that trend line, everybody starts longing, and then baya, it drops down to the downside. So the other side of that is saying, okay, well, what if I'm inside of a bearish count here, inside of a bearish wave count here? So then this would put us, you know, wave 2 here. I measured out wave 3 somewhere inside these levels. Wave 5 is absolutely ridiculous when I measure out wave 5 for the mathematics for it. So it doesn't even make too much sense for us to measure a wave 5, just being completely honest. It actually brings river to 0, to a negative number, if you will. So we got to kind of eyeball this one and look to the left and see what were previous resistance areas that it could possibly come to. And I kind of identified this zone right over here inside this area, because obviously we had some resistance here. We'll probably tap into that area at some point. We've already tested it once, but here's a resistance level that's set right over here. So that puts us somewhere right around 26 for river. And then once river gets to that level, then it's really, you know, decision time as far as if it's going to move back up or if it's going to move continue to move back down. Typically when you have coins that make pretty aggressive runs like this, you'll see the opposite. You'll see pretty aggressive moves to the downside. Currently now it's down 21%. Earlier in the day it was down 28%, after having a run, I believe, of like almost 75% inside of a day or so. So it's had some good runs. It's time for a breather. So that in itself, that's really what we're looking at here. If you guys have any questions that are related to that, please feel free to put them inside the chat. More than happy to assist. Let me just do something here. Let's sync that globally. All right, and what are you? Hold on. Oh yeah, the top up there. Okay, I'm gonna leave you there. All right, so let's put ETH back on the chart here, just so we have it. Let's just go back to our normal fashion. Let's look at ETH. I'm gonna look at ETH today from an 89. Actually, we're gonna go to a 377. And I got 15 minutes left inside of this candle. Pretty bearish per se. So we're gonna go ahead and make a box like this. I think this box gets violated, to be honest, because I have liquidity that comes all the way up to here. So in reality, that's where essentially I can be going. So all of this can be tapped into, and we like to look for Pico tops, Pico bottoms. Let's go over to 1 minute. And where are you? There you go. Let's do it like that. I'll take these order blocks off just so we have less noise. And you can see where I have the order blocks. It's a pretty thick order block that sits inside this area. A little smaller one that sits right over here. Let's take that off. Don't need the shaved heads right now. Probably going to get a break of structure here soon on this time frame for river. And let's take these dynamics off. You know what I will do is I'll just go ahead and set up a box that sits inside this area, so we just have that for reference. And we'll mark this off as deep pockets. Did I spell that all together? Deep. There you go. So now we have an area of what we're looking for. Let's go ahead and make sure that we have, what is this? Oh, I don't need that. That's just noise. And what is this? There's a resistance area over there. I'll leave you there just for kicks and giggles. And we're gonna go ahead and add you back over to this idea right here. All right. I really want to see the break a structure. You know, we got to change a character right here. I really want to see that break a structure. That break a structure is going to be the ideal area. If you're going to long river, that's really what we're looking for here in this area. Let's look at some heat maps real quick. Let's see what that looks like. It looks like a cooldown. Yeah, so we got some cooldown candles that are brewing already. And look at that. That thing just ran somewhat warm and then shoom. This is why I don't trade those per se. At least longing. I don't long those. I like to look for these type of cooldowns. So maybe we get a nice little push down, little breaker structure somewhere inside this area, 46.9393. Let me make sure I have some orders that are set up inside that area. And River moves a little bit more aggressively, at least from my trading aspect. I mean, you can literally turn like 30 bucks into like 120 bucks in the span of, you know, maybe an hour, 2 hours. So I think the return, for my opinion, from where I'm sitting, I think it's a little bit more beneficial to trade that right now while we're waiting for ETH to finish developing. A lot of people are in both coins, really, right? River has obviously drove a lot of popularity over the course of, you know, last couple of weeks. Coupled with that, so has Hype, so has Dusk, Aster, even so. So a lot of these are kind of hitting, you know, quote unquote mainstream, if you will. So I think they're a little bit easier coins to make a buck, for lack of better terminology. Yeah, FOMC for me is just noise. It's really just noise for me at the end of the day. You know, if I get a good squeeze to the upside and I get to like 3150s inside that area, I think someone was in the chat yesterday aiming for 3157. I'd look to short that. I look for shorts inside those areas. You know, that's going to give us the fuel for the move to happen, but I still going to defer to the technical aspects of it personally. In 20 minutes. $19 minutes and counting. So we'll just be ready. We'll watch it here on FOMC day. And subsequently, I put a vote for liquidity thumbnail, and today so happens to be a political day. That's ironic. It didn't do that on purpose, but it actually works out. I mean, that's half true, right? The market does care and it doesn't care at the same time, right? Like, you know, because part of the market that's built up of the market, I mean, you got retail. You know, they make up a portion of the market as well too. So, you know, it really is contingent on how it impacts them and what their sentiment's going to be in the sense of the direction of that move. You know? You got like 8 more minutes on this current candle for this session. I'll look back to see if ETH will give me another short opportunity, or at least an add back for the short. Something I'm just seeing right now. ascending broadening wedge. That could move. Look at that. 31.78 and some change. Bet we got some fair value gaps that sit inside this area. Yep. So like I said before, I'm gonna be hesitant on this, right? I'm not gonna be trigger happy as far as just pull the trigger, because we can just get a high out move, clear this fair value gap, and maybe even push to this higher one, 32.63. It would be a very, very, very large wave one. We're still going to have a correction, get into a wave two, and then go from there. As a matter of fact, I'll strip good chunks out of my short and then just sit and wait. Like I said before, River's kind of like my main focus for me right now, because I think I believe it's easier just to make more money on it, to be quite honest, just being transparent. The moves are so small, you just need a small amount. I did an offline trade, nothing that was related to the challenge, but I took a small little long on River this morning. Got to move all the way up to these zones right over here. Took profit right around 53. It was like a quick $80 in a span of like 40 minutes, or excuse me, at least 2 hours. Sorry, in like 2 hours. No, I wouldn't. I mean, long-term for me personally, long-term investment would be BTC and ETH, or maybe Solana. I mean, there are other coins that are out there. You know, you have coins like ADA, which is a dinosaur. XLM, it's another dinosaur. You know, if you're looking for like long-term and really old coins. But just based on how it's moving, I'd wait for that thing to bottom out. All right, Omar, you're here today. I'm glad that you're here, buddy. Here, I'm going to post this for you, just so you're here. This will be your first and only chance today, buddy. Today's not the day to ask Saint, enter here, do I short here? Today's not that day. No, it's I don't know what's going on outside. I have my windows open. It's the fourth line, leverage guidelines. So those are the rules. Those are the guidelines. Today's a day that I'm not necessarily primarily focused on profits. I'm more focused on building the position. A lot of the profits we're taking yesterday, which is good, it makes up for today. So even if today, you know, I roll a donut and there's no profits, from a challenge perspective, we're still ahead. Daily goal was 285. Yesterday we did 7. So I could take today off. I could even take tomorrow off, and I'll still be on pace. I'm obviously not going to do that. I'm going to look for positions. I'm not eager to chase something, if that makes any sense to you guys. So this stream may be a lot of waiting. There may be more education that's tied to this. So I kind of open up the floor to answer questions that you guys may have that's related to charts, not entry or margin or what's my stop loss or what's my TP. You know, surprisingly enough, I'm not trying to jinx myself, but I have not gotten copywritten on YouTube for the music I have in the background. Which is weird because when I was playing it through YouTube, going directly to non-copyright station, they would copyright my that video, which is ironic. Because they literally tell you what to do. It's like, you know, post this inside your description and it won't be copyright banned in that sense. Use what you feel comfortable with, my friend. Use what you feel more comfortable with. Use what you feel comfortable with. I think all of us have different port sizes. You know, so if you came in with, you know, 1K account, then, you know, do $100 trades. You have 10 opportunities. You want to have 20 opportunities, do $50 trades. And then keep compounding that, keep compounding. As the portfolio grows, the margins are going to grow. So I can't tell you what to use, my friend. You have to look at your portfolio and go, you know, I have $100. Okay, cool. You're making $5 trades. And what I did today is I just rotated the profits from yesterday. So what I do, at least how I handle my portfolio when I'm trading, you know, I don't leave everything inside of the futures. I move what I'm going to use for that day inside futures, and then I'll trade that. So I moved 1,000 back over outside of futures, and then the profits that we gained from yesterday, I'm using that. So essentially I'm just using house money. So let's say I get burned today and I just, you know, go belly up, lose 700 out of nowhere. That's okay. I'm still in it. You know, obviously I would get out. I'd stop trading for that day, but that's my point to it, right? And that's just more of a psychological approach for me personally. It helps me tame greed. You're saying, okay, well, this is how much I have to trade with for the day. This is my limitation. This is what I'm going to work with. If I can't make winners out of this, adding more to it, adding more to the pile is not going to increase my win rate. So it's just a way of me being more disciplined with my approach and how I'm going to be trading my portfolio. I have not come up with a topic for tomorrow's class yet. That's a good question. I have not come up with a topic yet. I have not. Yeah, I have River, but not on a challenge. I just did something personally for River. I'm looking at some of these levels down below over here, like inside this purple box down to this 707 level, which is 46.5. You know, if this area gets violated, then the next level I'm looking at is roughly around 43. So once we start tapping into those levels, you'll hear me scream like, "Hey, I'm longing this." And then you can follow suit if you choose. I do have a play running on it right now, but it's not towards the challenge, or at least I'm not counting it towards the challenge because one, I didn't give you guys the opportunity to get into it, and two, it was just something that I was testing this morning. Hence the delay this morning. I wanted to fiddle with the river. Fiddle down the river. So if I'm looking at, if you guys are looking at river, I'm on a 34 minute. I got a cooldown right now. I got to change a character. Change of character occurred here. I really don't have a pullback yet. Don't have a pullback yet. The change of character came from this candle right over here. Typically, when you have a change of character, you'll see a pullback and then you'll see the move down. So I would look for the pullback. I would probably exit out of my long once I get that pullback. And then once we come back down to that break of structure, that's when I'd be looking for that long. Five, 5, 3. And any topics you guys want to, discuss for tomorrow's class, we do have a free class inside of our Discord. It's our Crypto Thursdays class. I really break down whatever it is that you guys are interested in learning. I typically will give you guys 3 different topics. You guys pick which one, whichever the winner is. That's the topic we're going to be discussing. I don't know what you don't know. That makes any sense to you guys? So that's why it's important for you guys to give me feedback. Like, I want to dive more into this. I want to dive more into that. I've tried putting hedges out there a couple times, and a couple of you guys have voted for hedges, but you guys get outvoted for something different, whether it's like live trades or just something different altogether. I'll put that on the list because I know hedges have been a circulating topic for some people. But I'll put that on there. Risk management, preserving profits. Yep, I can put that on there too. Very welcome. Very welcome. Everybody doing good today? It is absolutely beautiful where I'm at. It is absolutely gorgeous outside. If I could stream outside, I would. Dun, dun, dun. Ah, appreciate that. Udai, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Just doing my best. Doing my best. All right, we're back inside this purple box. I want to kind of minimize this a little bit so I can kind of dial down in this a little bit more. Yeah, let's move this over here so it's in the middle going forward. So that's obviously my bottom. Yeah, right over there. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at, this was support, this was resistance. Yeah, we did spike through it, so I could actually, extend it all the way down to here. But we pulled right back above it. We closed above it, so pretty good demand area in that area, and then it spurred all into the zone. So I'm looking at this as being a demand area. I'm gonna go ahead and do some test longs inside this purple box. This purple box is at 47.507 down to 46.715. It'd be more of an add to my position. Yeah, we just gotta wait here. I've taken profits off of the ETH long. We might just see some FRE going on inside the market. Maybe this thing decides to just go bananas and go all the way up to 3,200, 3,500. Like, just a hypothetical, right? Let's just say it went to like 3,500. Higher low, lower high. It's a recipe for a symmetrical. That's what that is. And symmetricals are 50-50. So like, what if ETH, FOMC booms us all the way up to like 33.80, 33.38, somewhere in that area. Or what if, FOMC breaks us all the way down, back down into these levels, 28.89. Then I would look at that as that's the wave 2, and I'd long that. I'd long it. Or if it violates and decides to come down to here, 26.76. Yeah, it's 50-50 right now. More coffee. Be right back. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. It's all good if you're sidelined. There's nothing wrong with that. The move will come. The move will come. I want to see what happens at 3064, but I mean, look at these. There's a small little liquidity pocket that sits here. Actually, I can show you here on CoinGlass. This is what we were looking at, or at least what I was looking at earlier in the day. Why is it doing that? Now let me open that up for you guys. You can see right over here, this blue arrow. See, there's a pocket right here. Actually, I put a box around it. I can just get rid of that for right now. If it will actually delete it, that'd be fantastic. Why isn't it getting... Hey, go away. There you go. Right inside here. And then if this thing just wanted to go gangbusters, we got a ceiling that sits right on here, 33.17. Which kind of coincides with the top of this symmetrical. Maybe it comes down a little bit lower into this area right over here. So it wants to attack this area right over here. There's a small little shelf right here, 3052. Let's look at some of the orders. We do have some orders that sit around 3050 that could be spoofed. And you have some orders that sit at 3300. 3250 inside that area. Let's look at this. Yeah, so it's trying to find support here in this area, 2995, a small little shelf that sits right there. We actually open that up. Look at that. It's a good amount that sits right around 29.96, 29.99, and then there's a bigger pocket 29.94. We shall see. No cuts. Yep, remain the same. Nothing. And so FOMC's out. Powell's going to speak here in the next 20 minutes or so. Maybe you'll see some type of movement surrounding that. Order block perspective. Yeah, see, they're longing 29.98, 29.95. They're longing that. Let's see what some of these big boys are doing here. Yeah, a lot of these guys, like an hour, they're all longing. You still got some of the 29, yeah. Got a good amount in the 2900s. Everyone's green, 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 green. Jeez, what is wrong with this guy? This guy's just holding for dear life. Yeah, you'll probably get it. I don't know. Could be a little risky here. Opening a long in that area. Let's look at something real quick. Yeah, see, I don't like that. For me, I don't like how the DMI sits like this. Like, this just screams volatility. It can really go in either direction. You don't have a sell signal. You don't have a buy signal. From a trend perspective, it's literally 50-50. I don't like any of that. I'll just wait. I'd rather just wait. I'd rather just focus like on a different coin, a coin that it can actually give me direction. Yeah, it's gorgeous out. Gorgeous out. Yeah, no rate cuts. If you go into Discord and go to the event section here, I'll actually just share the link. I think I can share the link here. Yeah, copy link. That's for the Thursday class. It caps out at 50 people, just as an FYI. Oh my gosh, I can't type. Come on, Saint. You can do it. It caps out around 50 people. If you don't have Nitro, it might be difficult to read what's on my chart. I don't know. At least that's the feedback that I've gotten in comparison to streaming on YouTube versus streaming on Discord. Oh, 99. Well, I think it's 50 people can view the stream at once, unless that's been updated. That's the last time I saw that. But if it's 99, then that's great. And there's 99 of y'all that have the opportunity to watch. Those classes are not recorded. Just as an FYI, if anybody's curious, those classes are not recorded. It's kind of first come, first serve. If you're there, you're there. If you're not, you're not. But I do need to make a poll for that, so let's try this again. Let me go ahead and make a poll real quick. What you guys want to learn? Poll. Great poll. Give you guys 8 hours on that. All right. There you go. It's inside. River's approaching that that box that I was just marking off for you guys, this purple box. I want to see what occurs here on that. I did have an order, just picked up an order for me right on this purple box. If I violate this area over here, then I'm looking for a little bit lower. I'm going to put on the dynamics just so we kind of view what we're looking at. Thin liquidity, so if it just has a sweep of this whole area, then I'd be looking at somewhere inside this zone. So I just want to just be diligent. Don't ape in. You don't need a lot for river. You really don't. You really don't. I don't have a break of structure, so it is risky, but I also don't have a pullback either after my change of character. So this could very well be a scalp. You know, you get a pullback into somewhere inside this zone, or maybe even inside of here. Be a quick little scalp for us. In and out, in and out, in and out. I haven't looked at USDT yet. Not today. Yeah, USDT's holding that area. USDT's showing that it wants to push down. It's giving all the signals that it can, loss of strength, so you might see a pump on ETH. Yeah, good chance you could see one. Yeah, I hedged along on river. I'm still short on it. I just hedged along. It's risky because of a multitude of things. I don't have a breaker structure yet. So I could see a breaker structure. I would long or re-long the breaker structure. And I have some orders down to 46, 50, 553. That's at 707 area. I don't know. I think this is residue, but we came right to it. Where did that residue come from? Oh, you measure from there. Ah, okay. See, sometimes just leaving that crap on there actually works out for you. See, might just say go pound 10 and floats all the way down to 42,868, which that sits right over here in these areas, because there's a 1.313 level that sits over there. I'm on a different screen. I have a different chart, but so I have a different fib level that sits over there, which would give us a breaker structure, which would put us inside of these levels. They may front run this. It doesn't necessarily have to go there. That would be ideal, but it could front run that area. I got a 7 brewing here now. So I'm pretty sure 7's going to come down a little bit lower. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's got to come up to here, 49, to change the setup phase. I get stopped out on it. My loss is like $43. But the short is still printing. The short has already printed roughly like 170. So I'm still at a surplus. I think it gives one more squeeze down to the downside. It's going to squeeze longs. Are you kidding me? You went to that line? Oh, wow, you didn't even pick it up. You are a scumbag. No way. No way. Huh. Bro, Bytenix didn't pick it up, but it came right to that fib level. It's at 707, which is a little bit lower than here. So just swept that low right there. But yeah, Bytenix didn't even pick that up. I don't think L-Bank picked that up either. See, look at ETH. Like ETH is just sitting there in an indecision area right now. It's just sitting. I'm not pulling away from ETH. I'm obviously an ETH maxi in the sense of that's my main trade. That's my main baby. But it's just frustrating, especially when you're trying to have profitable days. Okay. So I mean, still a valid ABCD. Just make some adjustments to this wave 1, wave 2. Wait, it's the same thing. I'm splitting hairs here, really. All right, we want to try to develop precision. So still no break of structure, but I don't have a pullback on that change of character yet. So what I'm getting at is this, saying, you know, if price action gets back into this area right over here, right where the change of character was at, I would look to scalp some profits off of that. And then obviously if it goes a little bit higher, then, you know, keep it, leave a runner going. But if you come back to this level and you start seeing rejection because this was an area where support, then it violated, then come back and retesting it, and then it comes down further, then you'll get your break of structure. You can push yourself to break even. You already took profits, and then you can re-long once you get that break of structure. I'm disappointed it didn't come to my level that I was looking for. It's a smart money concepts strategy. When price action starts to move in certain directions, breaking previous support levels or resistance levels, then it's changed the character. The character of it starts becoming bearish. And then when you break the structure, this essentially being the structure over here, when you break that structure, the structure now has changed. It's shifted. So when you see a bearish break of structure, that's what you want to long. When you see a bullish break of structure, that's what you want to short. That is a 15-second explanation. They're relatively flat. That's running into exhaustion, that trend too. So maybe it gives us a little flush and then I can get a green dot. RSI. ADX sitting at 60, which is a strong trend. I'm looking for a peak on that. Once that thing starts peaking, that'll kind of give me confirmation to hold. It's a lagging indicator, so I gotta wait for price action to develop first. Just focusing on. I mean, you gotta hammer on the bottom. If it stops like that, you gotta hammer. A hammer on a downtrend is a positive sign. It kind of wanted to stop here, right where it's at. 26 minutes left inside that session. So maybe just taking a pause right there. Swept into that liquidity pocket in that area. I mean, you can still get a hammer that way too. That's okay. Like if it kind of stops and chills like that, I'm okay with that. Okay, or you can go a little bit higher. I didn't ask for all that, but can you stop there? Stop there. Just hold that ground, River. And I'll go 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4. So essentially I need to close above this. I need to take off heat map real quick just because I can't see that candle. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to close above here, which is 49.230 to change the setup phase. I mean, I like the candle. I like that candle. Looks good, but that could also be a dead cat bounce. I really wanted to stop here to give me a reversal candle. I can still look at this as a reversal candle as well too, because this is a on the stomach candle. If it closes down here underneath here, then it's on the neck. That's bearish. If it closes here, that could be bullish. It's a lower probability, but nevertheless, I'm gonna take some profits off of that. That was like a quick little 80 bucks on that. Let's go ahead and there we go. I just took a little bit of profits off of that. This is why I'm trading River right now. Like I can't get these moves on Ethereum right now. I just can't. I can't get these same type of moves. So I took a little bit of profit off of that. I'll still leave room for the downside, but right now it's a free trade for us. I moved my stop loss. I moved my stop loss a little bit lower. I would lose 41 on it, but I've already taken profit. So if I get stopped out, I'm still at a surplus. So that's what I mean by it's a free trade at this point. And look, ETH has just been sitting in the same area for the last, I don't know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Don't trust the move. I really don't for ETH. I don't have a strong sell signal that develops. Still 50-50. Volatility sitting over there. Yeah. You can take a back seat for right now. Now, if it comes down over here, then maybe I get a spinning top, which I could get a reversal out of that. I really got to close like right here inside of this body. At least, above the neckline. I can't close underneath here. If I close underneath here, then definitely bearish, and I'll probably get another push down to the downside. I started with a $100 margin on that. Already took profit. Margin sits around 50 right now. So quick move. Quick move. No doubt. You're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. Happy to help. I do have a video on it that's inside my courses that explains smart money concepts. There's actually 11 different videos inside those courses, from Elliott wave thesis to harmonic patterns to how to measure support and resistance. There's psychological videos in there, so you understand how to manage greed. I mentioned I did mention harmonics. There's direction moving index that's in there. How to scalp liquidity. So inside my courses, that's all broken down in there. It's roughly 2.5 hours, 3 hours, I believe it is, of content through 11 videos. So you can watch that at your own pace. And then when you're enrolled through the teaching, through the mentorship, we kind of break these things down over the course of 3 months. So I work with you for 90 days. Is my order placement handled by my strategy or manually? It's a mixture of both. Like I'll have some limits and then, start scattering those limits across. Sometimes I might get like a flush that's beyond my limits, but I know the direction's going to go in the area that I'm looking for. So maybe it's a liquidity sweep. And so then I'll manually enter in something like that. Because maybe it doesn't come directly to a fib level. So it's a mixture of both, really. You're welcome. Market crash in 1 minute? Oh, because pal. Good afternoon. Market dumps. Those memes are funny. Can you imagine if River just goes to like 91? Maybe it just boomed to 91. Just whoop. I mean, I'm short on it, so come get me. I shorted at the top of the daily candle on that, or at least I added back to the top of my daily candle on that last night, which would have been a confirmed wave B, and then now we're seeing wave C inside these areas. Now I want to see if it actually gives us, a second wave, and then a third wave down to the downside, like more blood to the downside. ETH just sitting there. People are just either. Actually, no one's doing anything really. Nobody's doing anything on ETH. That's why you got indecision. ETH about to take everyone's lunch money. I hate volatility like that. That's a strong word. I shouldn't say that. I dislike volatility like that, because then it just becomes stagnant. And where we are in the week, it's it's Wednesday. You probably don't even see any movements until we get to like Sunday, right before month open. So Asia will probably give us a direction. If it pushes down to the downside, then most likely February's probably going to have some good pumps. If it opens up to the upside and starts pumping up, then most likely by the end of February it's going to drop. February is a short month, so we should anticipate like some wild moves altogether in February. And gets us that much closer to our Q1 targets. Q1, I would like to see Q1 get us to like 22 and some change. That would be like the ideal area. Can it go a little bit lower? Yeah, I have some targets that sit right around like 1900. Those are like my more extreme levels that are out there. I also don't want it to hit 1900 because I don't want to lose a bet. No, I'm serious and I'm joking at the same time. But I think 2200 makes a little bit more sense just for my thought process. Yeah, you got a sell signal on the monthly, still running 50-50, RSI sitting here. Yeah, so a little flush right into this. Excuse me, what am I talking about? Right into here. 2227, 2250, somewhere inside this area. That's what I look for. Like I said, guys, don't be too proud to take some profits on that river long. What's up, Edu? How you doing, man? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I mean, we've got some liquidity pockets here, but I mean, they're pretty thin over here. This is the thicker one, and they're pretty thin over here. So I would like to see that. That would be, because this was a previous support area right over here. This is an example of kind of what I was referring to. Why didn't you show me a break or change of character though? Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. So you had your change of character, you had a breakdown here, and you had a break of structure right over here. So if you long that, boom, that's where you get your move. We're looking for something similar over here. You don't always have to get a break of structure. You could get a change of character, and then you see another change of character to the upside, which kind of points towards volatility. Go gadget. There you go, River. You're gonna give us an engulfing? Now that would be bullish. That would be very bullish. These are those engulfing. See, it's trying to flip that that setup phase 1, 2, 3, 4. It's trying to flip this setup phase, so it's rejecting. So when I see us getting to this area of an area that it needs to flip, I start taking some profits off of that. And I'll look for an add back on it. Right, but if it holds this area, then I go 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, price action just needs to close beneath here, which is not difficult at all. So you could see this being a fake move. There's a multitude of different ways of analyzing this. Just from a candle analysis perspective, if it closes like this in the next 13 minutes or so, then essentially we have an engulfing. There's a 73% chance of a reversal rate. That's the probability. Then you have a setup phase that's going to change. That could also feed into in combination. Third, tapped into, you know, a decent pocket that sits inside this area. We tapped right into a fib zone for measuring from that vertical run up, which was a 707. And then we tapped into this pocket right over here. This blue fib that you see, that's at 47.124. This essentially was a wave C for a from a measurement that we had up above. So we have a couple different confluence levels showing us saying, okay, we have decent support that sits inside this area. We're tapping into some pretty strong fib levels, right? Once you get to 618, you know, 707, 76, 88, like these are relatively strong fib levels. So as you start tapping into those, you got to really kind of measure and see, okay, am I inside of a support area or am I inside of a resistance area? So the opposite would be true in the sense of like, if I'm looking for resistance, you know, these are the stronger fib levels. You know, 618 is right at the top and the peak of an order block. Do I have a liquidity pocket that sits right on this 0.382? Yeah. Could this be my pullback for my change of character? get my pullback here, and then I come down, 100% I could see that happening. And then that would feed into the thesis saying, okay, well, this was a wave 2, then we'll come down to a wave 3. It's a short wave 2. Then wave 4 essentially would be sharp. So wave 4 would probably be somewhere close to like inside of these areas. I'll measure that when we get to that level. I'm just using the peak of wave 1 for argument's sake. So the way that I would handle this, me personally, is like, let's just say we get a move and, you know, it decides to move all the way up to 57, you know, within this day. Then I would look to hedge short this, take profits on my long, and then hedge short this back down. I would add to my short position, so my average would be greater than this area. But that's essentially what I would look for. So we got to take a look at what's going on here and take a look what's going on there. And this was the peak of wave 1, the way I have this measured out. So this is going to be a key area for us as well too. We've already rejected it once. See, we came to it, rejected it, and we had that push down, made a lower low from this time frame. So key level here. There's going to be some key levels that sit right over here, and some key levels that sit over here from a resistance perspective. Hopefully that makes sense. Not much of a difference. Not much of a difference between MSB and change of character. We're all pretty much saying the same thing at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, I want one of these sessions to just perform the way that crypto is supposed to perform fast. Like if you've noticed, like, I mean, ETH and BTC really, like, they've almost been performing like stocks, like slow. And so, like, if you look at coins like Hype, River, or Dusk, like, that's how crypto performs. Wild moves, wild moves. But because ETH and BTC are that much more mainstream, yeah, you have bigger players and more institutional money that's in there. So, like, it just has more of this stagnation that's going on with it. There will be a day that Ethereum performs. There will be a day, and there'll be a cycle of when it performs. When that day comes, it'll be well worth the wait. You know, that puts Ethereum somewhere around like 7K, 8K block from a mathematical perspective. It has the potential. It has the potential to reach 10 to 12K. It does. But that just depends on how strong that move is to the upside. I'll be right back, guys. Gotta use the restroom. Let's assume ETH just, you know, cascades down and starts dumping. Then we'll just wait for that for our wave 2 levels that we're measuring out for it. These levels, you got a fair value gap that sits over here. You got some liquidity pockets that sit inside this zone. I don't know. I think this makes a little bit more sense. Why not 0.5? Why don't I have a 0.5? Saint, what's wrong with you? Why did you take that 0.5 off? I'll put that back on. Always double check your work. Yeah, so we're gonna look for somewhere inside of here. If, let's say it just flushes. We're gonna look for these levels. Divergence there, 50-50. Even on lower time frames, it's frustrating. It's just frustrating. Can't do anything with that. I use a plethora of indicators. All the indicators I've written, they're all here. If you want to check them out, this is my link. They're invite only. If you're looking for mobile, it'll probably be difficult for you to see it from mobile. You probably have to go to a desktop to actually see them. I've designed liquidity heat maps based on volume. I've also designed some based on leverages. I'm pulling from coin glasses API for one of them. I have a harmonic one where it detects harmonics. I have one for pivots. I have one for smart money concepts. I have actually two for smart money concepts. One that I've incorporated smart money concepts and order blocks. The order blocks are going to be contingent on the smart money concepts. Then I have regular order blocks. I have directional moving index. I have directional imbalance index. I have a wave trend count, RSI, and money flow. There's an L8 wave one indicator that I have in there, so it automatically detects waves for you, sub waves, larger waves, gives you short entries. I have confluence boxes, so in the event that you don't want to leave everything up, you just have a confluence box. Confluence box looks like this. So it gives you indication to short, whether it's a long, it's pulling data from all my other indicators in case you don't want to leave them open. There's a shaved head. You see me use this often. It hunts down fair value gaps, and then it looks for shaved heads and shaved bottoms, which essentially are more Buzu candles. So essentially the indicator is there to help you chase down where the imbalances lie. TD9 sequential with candle analysis lets you know where the market is heating up and where it's cooling down. That's why you see the different colorations of the candles, from like a puke green to right now it's running like a very aqua green. And then when it's running hot, you know, you get, it starts warming up, then it runs piping hot, then it runs hot again. So that runs in combination, let you know, saying, okay, well, I'm getting to a hot area, it needs to cool down, I'm going to start shorting. Or, hey, I'm running down, I'm getting to a cool area, it needs to start heating back up again before it has its next move, wherever direction it's going to go. So that's in a nutshell what I have. There are also EMAs in there. I explain EMAs inside my courses as well too. The EMAs that I utilize, they'll mark out where there's golden cross and death cross, so you have an idea as far as, you know, is the trend going to be bearish? Is this now the start of a bearish trend? Yep, that's where I want to go. That makes more sense. You can just get in there. That'd be, I really want to see that. Just take this for liquidity, get into this area, and then we got to move back down. There's nothing here. So if this thing continued to go, like let's just say it continued to go, then it would invalidate the count. They could always do that. That could always happen. You know, somewhere over here, somewhere over here. This would be ideal. That's a good bearish move. You can probably get a change of character, bullish change of character, if that occurs, which points towards volatility, and then we move up, and then we move down again and get another change of character, and then you finally get your break of structure. But the longs that I'm building on this, these are just scalps. In, out, in, out. Oh, look, Ethereum moved like $4. Gosh, I think it's so slow right now. And you guys know all I do is trade ETH. So for me to, you know, shift off of it for a day, it's got to be frustrating for me. $150, bro. $150. Manifest it. No, where you see those red lines, bro, that's these boxes, bro. Right over here. Red box, red box. Or if you want to look at the fib levels, fib levels. Fib levels at 57. There's another one that sits right around 64. And then we have a key level that sits right over here at 53. Yep. Yeah, these are those days that I would either be in my Bible, just sitting and reading for a little while, or gaming, or going to the gym or something like that. Just not even looking at ETH. I'm looking at ETH not move. That's my update. I'm looking at ETH just sit there and move like a turtle. Just 3057 up to 3070s inside that area. We're looking for this zone right over here. So it's inside of my corner. I'm looking at these areas, 3070 inside that area. We had some pockets that sit a little bit above that, 3090 inside those areas. Essentially just flushing those previous highs. We did have equal highs, which would also point towards a double top in that area. If we don't get those highs and we don't get those highs altogether, then come down to a 34, and I'm looking for longs that sit inside of these zones. From the 382, which I don't think the 382 would hold, I look more at the 0.5, 618, and even down to 2076, which is 2845 inside that area. We do have a liquidity pocket that's sit a little bit lower. Oh, well, the call disappeared. Sorry about that. I was getting a call. So let me go back to this real quick. It's, these pockets that sit right over here that I would be looking at. I mean, there's more to the downside, 2779 inside that area. I believe I was looking at this from a 377. Yeah, was it 377 or 144? There was a liquidity pocket. Look, there's a fair value gap that sits right over here, 2828. Does that line up? 2828? Yeah, that lines up with 0.88 in that area There's a fair value gap that sits over here. Perfect world. That would be a perfect world for me. And then we can move up higher. And then we can move into 32.73. Get a retracement back down. This retracement will probably come back and test where wave 1 is at, or maybe the wave B area. And then we can get a move all the way to 34.07. Essentially, another double top here in this area, or at least a double top here inside this zone, which was where wave C is at. But that's in a nutshell. That's really what we're looking for. Let's take these dynamics off. No, that was CoinGlass. What I was just showing, that was CoinGlass. Tape surf is there though. Yeah, tape surf is there. Tape surf is over here. That's tape surf. Yeah, let's see, 3036. There's another little shelf that sits there, so I'm expecting it to get back into those areas. I might do something risky. Yeah, see, we're in this level right at 3033. So I expect it to make a move into that area. I'll see if I can open up a short inside that zone, you know, to give me confirmation I'm inside of wave 1. I want to see that being a sign of weakness. So actually what I'll do is I'll set a limit for 3036 on that. Ether, where are you? There you are. Where's 3000? Oh man, I don't know if I want to do that. I take that back. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I'm going to wait for that higher level. I'm going to wait for this fair value gap. I'm going to wait to see what occurs here in this fair value gap. I'm not going to touch it at 3057. I'm not going to touch it at 3036. I think that gets taken, to be quite honest with you. I just double checked looking at my charts here. I was like, there's a good amount of imbalance that sits right over here. So what is that? Right above here, what's below here? 3094. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna wait for. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna set a limit there now. And I just set one. I'm gonna come down a little bit lower. And then set a stop loss right above it. Yeah, just set one at 3094. $93.84, so just shy of 84. 94, excuse me. I went a little bit more aggressive on that, because that puts me right over here, right? So this area right over here. just the top of that. And I'm gonna color coordinate that just so we know what we're looking at. That's too confusing. So let's go purple. Purple. I'm gonna get rid of this box. I don't need this box anymore. I don't believe in that box. I'm gonna go right there. That's what I'm gonna look for. Top of that box, tap into some of that fair value gap, still acts the point of rejection, and then we move down. You know, take out these shorts, people that shorted here, 3066, and get into that psychological level right around like 3100, just shy of 3100. Use premium? I forget what it's called. Yeah, premium. I need premium one because the indicators that I provide, again, they're invite only, so you need to use premium for that. And then I have a slew of different indicators that I utilize. So, all right, I'm gonna take a little bit off the top here, off of this river long. I just took a little bit off of that. Just a smidge, just a smidge. River is doing like 120 bucks already. I haven't moved my stop loss. If I run into my stop, I'll lose like 30 bucks on it. But I'll still be net positive because of the profits I've already taken out of it. So it's a free trade for me at this point. Run into my stop, I don't care. And now just maintain and hold. No. I got some more funny thumbnails for you guys later this week. That's what I do when I'm bored. Make thumbnails. As I keep saying, don't be too proud to take profit. You know what I'm saying? Like, just take enough to either cover your fees or take half to where you're like, okay, it's profitable. Could it go higher? Yeah, and I'm already positioned. I'm good with that. I'll let it run. What if it goes lower? Well, I took profit, and I've secured enough for me to where it made sense for me to be in that trade for how long we've been in this? Just shy of an hour. Right? So what other job are you making $120 an hour? Think about that. So make your time worth it. That, my friend, is doctor money. That is what doctors make. You brag to your friends and your family like, I was a doctor today. I got surgical. I had the assistant saint passing me the scalpel. I was getting in there. All jokes. USDT high time frame, yeah, kind of still the same. This is my monthly. Monthly looks unbearable. You know, you had to push down into these levels, but from a sequential count perspective, what the flip? Where's my count? You can't see it unless I like zoom in a lot. Let me just move this 5. Let me move this over. Okay, so maybe you don't want to move over. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and hide you because you're being silly. And let me just move this out of the way for a second. That's printing a 4. That is still a bullish, excuse me, a bearish setup phase. For this setup phase change, it'd have to go 4 back on a monthly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, honestly, do you see USDT just dropping to those levels? You know, here in today, this month, in the next couple days? No, it's not realistic. All right, let's go to next month and let's go 4 back wherever this level ends. So go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still a big stretch, but not impossible, but still a big stretch. So let's go to the next month. So we'd be over here, then 1, 2, 3, 4. Now to flip that level, that is going to be easy. So I would expect a 5 and then a 6, and wherever that 7 is going to be, that's going to be April. That's where we're going to see the setup phase change, where USDT starts closing underneath here, becomes more bearish, and then ETH is going to start pumping. So this is all lined up with for Q1. But that's USDT for me on a higher time frame. That's the monthly. This is the weekly. It's kind of what it looks like. And actually I have this mapped out from a daily. I really want to see USDT here. I think USDT can come here inside of maybe February, maybe inside of April, excuse me, March. If it comes to those levels inside of there, that would be a good buy opportunity for ETH. ETH should probably be somewhere around, 2,500 down to 2,200 inside of those levels. That's going to be the buying opportunity for us. If it decides to go up higher, first, I said that backwards, excuse me. If USDT comes to these levels, then ETH will be somewhere around like 3,600, 3,800. If USDT continues to go a little bit higher inside of this fair value gap, let's say the 7%, that will put ETH right around like 2,200s, 2,300s inside of those levels. So ideally, I wanted to see it come here first inside of February, maybe in March. That pushes ETH a little bit higher. That grants us an opportunity for a decent short, and then ride it all the way down till we get to those 2,200, 2,300 levels, and then USDT will be sitting somewhere inside of this area. That's just high time frame, but that's what that looks like. It's pretty, no? So tapped right into a key level right now. We're testing that change of character, right where that line was at. That's, for me, that's a start take profit area. That's just a no-brainer for me to take some profits off of that. That's what I'm doing. You can sit and hold. You can let it ride. It's totally up to you. But that's how I handle it. So as I start to approach key levels, I just take a little bit off the top. Take a little bit off the top. It could be 15%, it could be 25%. Like that's going to be contingent off you. That's what I'm doing on my side. I just take a little bit off the top. But what if it goes higher and you had a larger margin and you've already stripped a lot of it, on lower levels? Oh well, I'm still positioned. Profit's profit. I don't have the mentality where, I'm going to go from, a $100 margin to a $4,000 P&L in one move. That's just unrealistic. And now I can just sit and wait. Sit and wait. Let me fix something. There we go. Yeah, I would like to see an impulse. I would definitely like to see an impulse. I want to see an impulse right into that purple box. I mean, all this fair value gap is fair game, right? If it takes the fair value gap, it pushes up higher, and then on the very top of it, right? Let's say price action does something like this. You know, price action takes this entire fair value gap, kind of stops here in this area, and then comes back down to where the top of this fair value gap was. That's inverting it. Then that points towards higher. But if it comes into this fair value gap and it can't break out of it, then all it's doing is just clearing imbalance. So let's say it gets into this area, maybe it gets into this area, maybe it gets into this area, but as long as it doesn't break it, it's just clearing that imbalance, and then it'll move right back down again. And so the thought process for that is going to be wave one just wasn't done. We have to remeasure wave one and then look for wave two, where wave two is going to be. Wave two is going to have higher levels up now, so the retracement is not going to be as deep as what we were looking at when we're looking at 3030, 3040s inside of those areas, wherever this just topped out at inside this zone. I almost want to short that, but I'm gonna wait. So I don't have a sell signal yet. Yeah, I want to, but I'm not going to. Want to, but I'm not going to. And we just got, I mean, we may not see it here in the next hour and a half. You know, market closes 4:30. We got that that lull time frame, you know, between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, Asia markets open up, cash markets open up at 7. I am the sell signal. No, I'm looking for candle analysis. I'll start reviewing the candles. That was a good little TP on river. That could be the pullback. So don't be afraid to be aggressive. Even if you want to take, you know, heavier profits there, just look at him like, I'm good. If it keeps going up in the higher direction without another retracement back down, don't kick yourself for it. You were profitable inside of that trade. You could just move your stop loss to break even and then just call it a day. You made your profits on that move. ETH on 13. Did you say 13? Oh, you got a 9 failure here too on a 13-minute. It's just clearing those imbalances. Gosh, there's a side of me that just says short it. There's the other side of me that says, no, you're going to become liquidity, so I'm going to wait. Reversal 9 on a 1 minute. To the upside, probably. Yeah, I see it. Good catch. Good catch. Yeah, break a structure. Yep. Those are short opportunities. Yep. I see it. Those are my exits. I'm not shorting it. Those are just my exits. Good catch. Are we on 34 minute for this thing? Yeah. Good catch. See, you guys are getting it. You guys are getting it. I don't know if many other traders that run live and teach at the same time. I just don't. I think a lot of them just kind of, they flash how big of a position they have and things of that nature. And that's not shade. That's not hate in any way. I just think there's a better way of doing that when you're building your audience. There's so many people out there that see that type of stuff, and it just creates this gambling mentality that's out there. And if you're going to gamble, then think of it as controlled gambling, right? Controlled gambling. And kind of picking up on what I was saying yesterday, like there's so many different strategies. Jeff just called out on a 1 minute that we ran into a 9 sequential, and we're heating up inside of that area as well too, which coincide with me looking at a slightly higher time frame, 34 minute. We just tapped into where that change of character was at. So what I'm getting at is you have two different strategies, but essentially both of them lining up with the same targets. So I say that to say this, never ever look at your strategy or look at someone else's and think that theirs is better than yours or yours is better than theirs. Everyone's going to have a different strategy contingent on what kind of trader you are. So always keep that in the back of your mind. Your objective is to refine your strategy until it becomes manageable for yourself. It's never, ever, ever going to be perfect, but you can get darn close to it. And that getting close to perfection is ultimately going to be a reflection of your discipline. Period. If you're undisciplined, you lose a lot. And we have our days. Everybody has their days. You have a backsliding, is what we say in the Christian community, right? But from a trading perspective, like you have some backsliding with your discipline. You're not being obedient to what you say you're going to do and how you're going to handle your trades. We all have those days. We all have those moments. That's a character building part of this game, if you will. This is the only sport, and yes, I'm calling trading a sport because what it does to your brain chemically. This is the only sport where it's you versus you. It's you versus you. Boxing, you got an opponent. When you're golfing, you got an opponent. When you're playing tennis, you got an opponent. When you're playing freaking chess, you got an opponent. When you're bowling, you got an opponent. This is literally you versus you. Absolutely. That's the goal. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. God bless you too. Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I open up my, when I'm going to go live or anything like that. It's one of two things or both. Either you're going to learn something today, or you're going to be profitable, or both. You're going to learn something and be profitable. Right? I personally do not like wasting my time. And I disdain from wasting other people's time. You only got so much time while we're here, right? So got to make it impactful. And as you're building yourself into, an optimal trader, you're going to have those mistakes. But those mistakes can't lead you to fear. They have to just lead you towards more stiffened discipline. You know, the Lord says, "Do not fear, for you will not be ashamed, neither be disgraced, for you will not be put to shame, for you will forget the shame of your youth. It will not remember the reproach of your widowhood anymore." You know, at this point, he's talking about the Isaiah is talking about the covenant of peace in that regard. But how that's allocated in regards to trading is, you're going to have your mistakes. You're going to have your mistakes, but those mistakes you make are not a reflection of who you are, one as an individual or even as a trader. If you get hung up, I see this time and time and time again. Traders have a bad run and they put themselves in this hole, and that goes two directions really for them. They can't get out of that hole, or they live in that hole. Right? And I know that sounds the same, but one, they're striving to get out of the hole, but they're so scared that they don't know how to make the change. They don't know how to make the switch, if you will. And there's what's called an emotional cycle of change. And this, you can apply this in anything. I've learned this a long time ago. I've taught it to a couple guys that are here. Some of you guys, this will sound familiar. It's easier shown on me drawing it on a piece of paper, but what I'm getting at is, like, anything you do new in life, whether it's a new relationship, you're going to a new destination, you're taking on a brand new career, any one of those, like, this can be applied because there's going to be change. When you start something new, anything that's brand new, you start off with what's called uninformed optimism. This is going to be great. I got a brand new job. You know, I'm going to make tons of money. I get to write my own schedule. Or you're dating a new person. This person is so great. They're not like that person. Whatever the case may be. But that's uninformed optimism. And that's natural. That's very normal, right? You got to have a positive mindset when you get into anything that's new. Then slowly but surely, you know, over time, whether it be 60 days, 90 days, 6 months, whatever, doubt starts to seep in because maybe there's a fumble. Maybe they didn't pick up your call. Maybe your boss got on your tail because you were like 2 minutes late, like whatever, right? Then it starts seeding in this doubt, like, am I in the right relationship? Am I in the right job? You know, those little whispers that start occurring. That's perfectly natural. That's what makes you human. That's going to occur. For you to think, no, I'm never going to think of doubt, that's hogwash. You're going to run into that. The next level, and this is going to be the one that everyone goes through, because in order for you to be successful, you must go through this process. And that next level is called the Valley of Despair. So you start off uninformed optimism, everything's going to be great. Then you get into doubt, and then something bad happens. Something bad happens, whether in the relationship or the job or whatever, you know, example you want to use and apply this towards, something bad happens. And then you get into this valley of despair, like, man, why did I start working here? Why did I get with this person? This is a waste of time. I shouldn't have done this. I keep making mistakes. It can't even be for trading. Why did I start trading? I shouldn't have quit my job. Whatever the case may be. Everyone goes through that. I can't stress that enough. Everyone gets to that valley of despair. This is what makes the difference between long-term traders and those that are continuing to be gambling. This is the area. Right? So if you have not entered into a valley of despair yet, your journey is still growing. If you find yourself in the valley of despair right now, as you hear me saying these words, I'll give you the method of how to change that. As you're inside of the valley of despair, there's these 6 different steps that you want to take to apply change. The very first step is you need to have like an accountability. You need to have that reflection with yourself. You need to have that conversation with yourself. Why am I over leveraging in my positions? Why am I taking blind trades? Why am I not setting my stop loss? Why am I not doing that? And often the times the answer to that why is really going to be stemmed from fear. Maybe you got outside pressure going on, like, I got to make this money because I got to pay bills. I got to make this money because I got to move from wherever I'm at. I got to make this money because I can't stand the job that I'm at, whatever it may be. But I promise you, the fear is correlated with that. Fear is a subconscious emotional response. That's the first layer. The second response, right? It's a second emotional response to that is going to be anger. People think anger is an emotional response that stems from your natural natural state of mind. It doesn't. That's a secondary response. It's a secondary response to the primary emotional response, which is one or two things. Either you're sad or you're scared. And so you lash out in anger. You start beating yourself up. You start telling yourself, you're bad at this, you're bad for this relationship. Or you start thinking that person is bad for the relationship, or it's all their fault. So that accountability is the first step that you want to take in order to get out of a valley of despair. The second step to that change is you have to develop an attitude. It's the right attitude for it. Once you recognize that you have self-awareness and where your faults are at, you don't keep beating yourself up for it. You don't keep blaming other individuals because of it. You have acceptance and you start moving forward. The next step is going to be it's attitude, accountability. I got a brain fart here. Hang on. It's more correlated towards decision making, right? It's correlated with attitude. I have a brain fart for the word for it, but I can give you an explanation of it, right? Once you've developed the attitude for it, that you're making the change, then you go into where you make that your new you, right? You can, and I say this metaphorically, like you can destroy the old self of you, and that's perfectly fine once you have a new attitude. Because that old person no longer has power over you. That old person that got you into those mistakes, that got you into thinking those doubtful thoughts, that pushed you into the valley of despair. There's many ways that you can correlate that. Some of us would call that the enemy, but I'm not going to sit there and preach faith to you guys in that regard. I'm just going to give you the textbook psychological aspect of it, that once you develop that attitude, you start bearing that old self. Once you start bearing that old self, the natural course that you take is going to be what's called a system. I talked about this yesterday. If I have so many losses in a day, I used to wear a rubber band. I'd snap that rubber band. That was my reminder. That was my system. That was my system of saying, you got to get out, dude. Are you a glutton for pain? You like doing this? No, I don't. My wrist hurt. All right, get out. That was my system. That was something I was doing. I shared with you guys, when you have wins and you have losses, get up and walk. Go do some push-ups. Get out of the house. Let go of that energy. That's part of the system. Once that system starts developing and you start running that course for 60, 90, even for 180 days, maybe even 360 days, then you start developing what's called behavioral change. Then your behavior just starts changing automatically. And that's the final step to that valley of despair. Once your behavior changes, then everything becomes automatic. It becomes automatic. You can take trades more confidently. You can communicate with your employer more confidently because you know what you're looking for. You can communicate with your partner more confidently. Let's say none of this has to do with a partner or a person. Let's just say that you move to a different city. Like, you'll have more confidence of the areas that you want to go and where you want to be, and not be scared in those areas. Again, emotional cycle of change can be applied towards anything. But these are the steps of how to get out of the valley of despair. And we're not done yet, because once you make that shift, right? Once you started with those 6 steps for change, then you are primed to go into what's called informed optimism. Now, the opposite is true, right? You could still be in the valley of despair and not make any of those changes and say, you know what, this sucks, I quit. And you go to a new job, you go to a new exchange, you start with a new partner. Guess what? The cycle starts all over again. You're going to start at uninformed optimism. You're going to have doubt again, and then you'll end up back inside the valley of despair. no matter what. But that's the difference between people that are successful versus people that keep running the same cycle. Because once you get into what's called once you get into informed optimism, you know what's up, you know what to expect. And then you run that cycle for another 60, 90 days or what have you. And that's how you get to success. If you notice, you never go from uninformed optimism straight to success. It doesn't go in a straight line. It's a curve. It's like a P&L curve. You'll have a dip, and then you can pull yourself back up, or you'll just continue to run flatline, which is a reflection that you're still stuck inside of a valley of despair. I look at so many different traders. I look at their P&L curve, and I can literally tell you where they are psychologically. I can tell you where they are psychologically. I know none of you guys asked for that, but I think it's resourceful and helpful for you guys, you know, when you're trying to have the right mindset of this and understand yourself while you're trading and understand what it takes to make those changes. You got to be real with yourself, and you got to be real with yourself in the sense of saying, I'm making a shift. I'm going through a change. I'm going to expect bad things to happen, but those bad things don't define me. Just like Isaiah said, do not fear. You will not be ashamed. And that's your word for the day. I may have lost some viewers from that, but that's okay. This is exactly how I teach inside my mentorship. Just a FYI, guys. This is my style. This is what we dive into. It's not just about trades, and it goes a lot deeper than that. I've been looking at charts for 20 years plus, man. 20 years plus. I've made good money and I've lost good money. I've lost relationships in by trading. I've gained relationships in trading. Like I said, it shows you who you are. There's no other sport out there that would do that. I'm glad I didn't short ETH where I thought I wanted to short ETH. What did you go back to? 37? That was my original entry area. I'm just gonna wait. If I don't get my short entry on ETH and it comes right back down, then I'll be at it. You know what I mean? I'll just wait. I'll just wait. Open long 9 reversal on TD9 sequential right. But yeah, so when late night, when you're looking at TD9 sequential, you can print a 9. That's your setup phase. It's showing you that trend in itself is running into an exhaustion, and it needs to take a break. But one thing you need to take a look at is you got to look at the lead up phase. Is the lead up phase at a 13? Because that's going to be your true indication that that trend is exhaustive. So for example, if we're looking at River is printing a 6 on a lead up phase. Right now, the count is on a bearish setup phase, which bearish setup phase is the opposite of what you think it is. When you're in a bearish setup phase, you have higher highs. When you're in a bullish setup phase, you have lower lows. Right now it's in a bearish setup phase, but the lead up phase is still printing a 6. So I might get into this area over here and everyone's like all happy and giddy. And hey, we're going higher. We're going to 91, what have you. And nah, the lead up phase isn't just done yet. So might come to this area and then retrace all the way back down. That could happen sooner, right? We just tapped into an area right over here. Jeff was pointing out earlier on a 1 minute, we had a 9 that printed it started reversing that move down to the downside, and we also tapped into that change of character. So we could possibly come back down lower and start seeing a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 inside of these areas. All right, until we get a break of structure. So these moves that you see as far as the long, they're treated like scalps. Quick in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I feel like I should have shorted ETH there. I really do. But I was on my soapbox and I didn't take that. That's okay. And that's printing a 4, so I'll still wait on that. That's on a 34 minute, right? Or am I? That's on a 13 minute. 13 minutes printing a 4, so I'll wait for this to give me a 9 somewhere. I'll leave it on that 13. I'll operate from there. I'll look for execution in that time frame. 3084.71. Why do I feel like that level I need to move my limit to there? You know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to move my limit to 3084.71. I'll come in a little bit lower on that one. And I'll build all the way through 3094. I'll probably stop out roughly like 3120, somewhere around there. Oh, you're welcome, man. You're welcome. Yes, I did learn on my own. I've never paid for mentorship or anything like that. I studied. I am ADD, so sometimes you might hear me squirrel. But ADD is like a superpower in my opinion. When I get hyper focused on something, I mean, the whole house can be burning down and I'll still be in it. It sucks when I'm in conversations that I don't want to have, then I squirrel. Or like if I'm supposed to be watching a movie and then you ask me like, hey, what was the movie about? I'm like, I have no idea. It's got to be something I really like. No, it's all good. No, everybody just went their separate ways. Nothing bad happened. Just everybody went their separate ways. Trading became too much for them. They made their capital. I took a $100,000 portfolio with a group of guys. I built it up to roughly around like a little bit like over 500K within about 4 months. We all took our profits and then everybody went their own ways. One guy went to, I think he went to California, and he bought a weed farm, and so now he's producing medical marijuana over there. And a couple other guys, they just took that money and reinvested it back into their brokerage. There's a group of guys that I was doing mortgages with. Those were fun times. Those were fun times. That was during the bear market. I had some good wins on those days. I think my heaviest loss during that bear market was like, I think it was like 42,000, 46,000. It definitely had a 4 in front of it. That was within like 2-day cycle. I took 2 weeks off of that. But I got super cocky. I was literally leveraging. This is when Bybit didn't have the issue, so I was able to trade on Bybit. And I was just having win after win after win. I was just like, yeah, let's go. And I was sitting there with one of the guys, and I was like, yo, I've never done a $1 million position. Obviously with leverage, right? So getting up to $1 million. I was like, I'm gonna do that. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. I got spanked. And it felt personal. It felt very, very personal. I didn't get a hug after. I didn't get a warm up. It was just like, hey, how you doing? You're going to take this. No Vaseline. No, sir, please stop. That's too much. I'll digress. You get the idea. Just ADD. I don't have the hyper aspect of it. Just ADD. A couple of my kids have ADD, HD, but they're smart as a whip, boy. Smartest in their class. They're actually advanced, to be quite honest. So I don't look at that as a crutch to people. You know, ADD or even having autism, things like that. Like I think some of those things can truly be superpowers if it's cultivated in the right environment and it's not looked down upon. For me, growing up as a kid, it was it was not a good look. I was spoon fed Ritalin, for like 6 years, and I don't know if anyone's ever taken Ritalin, but boy oh boy, it's like my mom used to ask me, she's like, "What are you thinking?" And I used to tell her like nothing. It's like it was like a ghost town in my head, like just no thoughts. I could do my work. I was always an AB student, but my conduct was horrible. I was always talking. I was a social butterfly. So I would get, back in my days, report cards would say like A1A or A2A. The number would represent effort. So like I would get like an A3C in my class. I'm like, how am I getting an A in academics, but then you're giving me a 3 for effort? Like I can't get a higher grade. So I would be a disruption to the class. But I was also bored too. So I always took advanced classes. So like, for example, when I was in middle school, I was already taking high school classes. When I was getting into my later years of high school, I was already taking college classes. And that was the way that they had to combat that. They just had to challenge me. So yeah, I'm self-taught. That's how I learn. I just stick to something that I find passionate and just keep going. I used to hate studying as a kid. I hated it. I just wanted to go outside and play with my friends and ride my bike and climb trees and just do kid stuff. And I used to hate studying. But I think more so geared towards my personality, right? Like, I don't think many people like being told what to do. At least I'm not one of those individuals. Like, I can be in agreement with you, but like, you're like, oh, you're gonna do this. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. So for me, it was like, go study. But for what? I already know this stuff. I can't get any smarter. that was my saying to my old lady. Mom, I can't get any smarter here. I already know this stuff. I have an A in this class. My worst class was English, right? Not like do you speak English? No, not like that. But like learning like proper grammar, and then when we had to get into Shakespeare books. Oh my gosh, boy oh boy. I couldn't get out of that class sooner. I remember that teacher too, Miss Frisbee. I know she didn't like me. Our daughter had a thing for me. I was like, nah, not that one. Not that Latino. I'll digress. I couldn't stand that class, boy. Shakespeare, and then we had to do Othello. Yeah, I was just like, jeez. So I think that's like the only class that I actually got a C in that class. Because I just really didn't apply myself. But it's important, so I get it. punctuation, proper grammar, how to, having proper vernacular, things like that. That's important. My best classes were social studies, math, and then science, and then obviously physical ed. Manage trading and kids. Just gotta have communication. Come into agreement with the partner. My kids are a little bit older now, so they're in school, so that helps a lot. But 2 years ago, not so much. I mean, I still have little ones that are not in school yet, but they're in daycare, so it helps. It gives the free time. You had to be a sinner before you became a saint. Yeah. Well, saint is actually part of my name. It's part of my legal name, so that's where the name saint comes from. I've always been called saint since I was a kid. Old English, yeah. Yeah, not the reach around. No reach around. uh, yeah, personal stream today. You guys get to know me a little bit more. That's what's up. Yeah, I'm an open book, man. I've gone through a lot of stuff, man. But I don't, kind of what I was saying before, like that those things don't define me. That just becomes part of my testimony. Your testimony has a message that could help somebody else. That's what was taught to me through my faith and through my beliefs and the God that I serve. And so that's why I'm here. Appreciate that. Thanks, man. Yeah, I can talk to you guys almost about it. Anything and everything, to be quite honest. So just quick reminder for you guys. I have 2 giveaways that are going to be going on for us. For the channel to reach 1,000 subscribers, we're going to do a $1,000 giveaway. You can partake in that. Once we reach into that level, I'll post the guidelines on Twitter, so make sure that you are following me there, because the winner will be announced through there. I'll be utilizing Grok to find that winner. It will be randomized. We're going to be looking for 5 winners. We're going to be able to spread that across. You could be that individual. If you know somebody, think the channel could be resourceful to them, that could help the numbers as far as the channel growing. Essentially, you want the channel to grow to help more people altogether. Second giveaway, if price action for ETH reaches 2788, there's a liquidity area inside that level, then we're going to be doing a $100 giveaway. That would be for one person. So we have a couple different giveaways that are going on right now. It's more incentive for you to be not only just follow the channel, but be part of the streams and partake in some of those things. So just quick heads up and reminder for you guys. Yeah, getting to that boring part of the day. Yeah, the third one when you yeah, that'll be an entertainment giveaway. I'm going to do everything in my little portfolio to make sure that 1900 does not come. Clue you guys in. We have running a stream inside Discord. We had some characters that were in there, just talking about price action, things like that, and it reminded us of the pineapple pen guy from that video. Pineapple pen. So I had made a friendly bet saying if ETH reaches 1900, I will do a reenactment of the pineapple pen video, costume and all. So I don't want it to go there, but I'm not too proud to honor a bet in the event that we do get there. Now that changes if we reach all-time high and we get to 2200, then we go to all-time high. That changes it. We got to go to 1900 first. Yeah, it's not money, it's cosplay. It's just something entertaining. A little humility. A little humility. And humility goes a long way, though. I feel like River is going to, I mean, just kind of the way it looks like it wants to accumulate here in this area. And then we'll probably get a break of structure down to the downside, somewhere right over here. Down to here, get a break of structure, and then we'll still accumulate inside this area, and then we'll get to move up. So just be on the sticks, just be ready. I'm looking at certain levels. I mean, I'm down to like 43.479. There's a bigger pocket that we're talking about. It's a pretty thick pocket, down 41 down to 38. And 38 was a TP that I had from the short that I was calling out inside the corner. So, just be prepared for that. I'm hoping you guys took some profits on it, just making sure that it was a profitable trade for you altogether, not sitting there holding on and holding on and holding on, expecting it to go, jump up to 57. It may have that move down to the downside first. Let's look at some indicators. We do have a small peak, which is kind of ideal. On an ADX, we do have some buy signals from a trend perspective, and our imbalance index is showing that the bearish trend is at 100%. This is really what I look for when I'm looking to take like opposite moves, right? Now this ADX can do something like this. See how like it peaked, then it dropped, and then it peaked again. See how it peaked, dropped, and then peaked again. We could see something like that. It did do it once. It peaked here, dropped, and then pushed up again. We could see one of those. Now this is a lagging indicator, so it's not going to be real time. But the trend is showing that it's developing exhaustion, if you will. It's going to get tired out relatively soon. Let's actually look at a fib zone so we can kind of line up and see what's going to occur. Bigger moves are going to happen inside this area. So maybe we get a little push into here, and then we'll get a big drop into this zone right over here, and then we can start pulling back up. So just a heads up on that. Just a heads up on that. Did I get stopped out on River yesterday? Nah, I shorted it. I shorted that thing. I've already taken, I took all profits off of it so far. I think I did like 170 in profit. But I had an add back to my short. 74.540. I was charting that thing. I flipped over to a daily and started charting it from a daily. And I was just like, yeah, this thing's got to drop. And it worked out. A little small margin. I think flipped like 20 bucks into 170. I was okay with that. That one is applied towards a challenge because that's essentially what we were all looking at, 76, 77 from the day previous. So it made sense for us to go back into those areas and retest those. And then we just took another long on the challenge. I've already booked 80 in profits off of that so far. If I take the rest that's off of that, I'll do like 130 on that one. So altogether, I do about 300 in those moves. But this is why, this is also why I was kind of stressing to you guys, like, having like a 285 day. I mean, you can get to 1K inside of a day, and 1K inside of a week if you just stick to that. And then think about that. I mean, it's like what, 4 weeks in a month? That's, that's 4 bands a month. Then you go into the next month and you want to stretch out a little bit higher. And then maybe you get into like 5, maybe 6 bands a month. Then go into the next month, so forth and so on. Of course, you're going to have your losers. You're going to take some L's in there. You're gonna have some days where you don't make anything, or you don't make enough. But yesterday was a profitable day to where I technically didn't have to trade today because I'd still be on course. But we just added a little bit to the pile here. You know, we've already reached our goal for the day. Excuse me. From a 285 perspective. So could close shop here and be like, all right, I'm good, I'm done. I don't care what the market does. I don't care which direction it goes. I'll come back tomorrow and look for new entry. ETH is the one that's just irritating for me. So I'm just waiting on ETH. Looking for like 3084, 3090s inside that area. I want to see a sweep up into those levels, and then we get a decent retracement. That may come offline. You know, that may happen when I'm off, but you guys are seeing it and hearing it first. That's what I'm looking at. So when I do post in my corner and someone's like, yo, I missed that, they'll have the stream that they can come back to and kind of refer back to it. These streams are long, so for me to cut them and clip them and repost them and things like that's just time I don't have in the day. But something you could just leave on 2x, run it in the background, do some dishes, cook your meals, you know, do whatever. You can even like, what was Saint talking about? And then when you get to those, you hear those areas that I'm talking about, then you slow it down and review it. Or timestamp it, whatever. The beauty of technology, my friend. Oh, I had to take my glasses off, man. Ears are dying here. All right, what are you doing, big boys? What are you guys doing out there? Can I do river? I didn't think so. Hey. Yep, and we shorted that at 82. Take that. Take that, take that, take that. Yeah, they're aggressive there. Shorts, 89, 89, 110. 4 hour. Oh, will you show it to me that way? Will you show me River though? No, you're just gonna show me ETH. I don't want that. I wonder if they actually have a heat map for that. Ah, there you go. $55. $51. There's more at 55. What does that look like up here? Oh, that's over here. So that kind of lines up with this level 57 that I'm looking at. And that's a thin block. That's like 15%. That's what do I have? 56. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit thicker. What's this? 58. Coño, 72. Damn, that would put us all over here. That'd be a wave 2. That'd be a decent wave 2. There's nothing else below. Okay. Yeah, so that's a good long opportunity for it whenever it comes. Yeah, I'm gonna get right into that pocket. Right into that little pocket right there. There's my order blocks right here. $29 on leverage. Ah, those people are pretty much maxing out on 30s. Okay. What level is this? No way. $89? Wait, am I tripping? Is this pulling pulling BTC? I'm losing my mind here. Like what? Ah, thank you. I was looking at 90. I was like, when did this thing hit 90? 65. I'm gonna get a shelf that sits here first, so it's either gives us 55 and reject. You know, 55, we got a fib zone that sits right around 57 and some change, so that's like right here. That's this little pocket right over here. Let's see, it's the thinner one, but then we have a thicker one with a shelf. There's more here that sits at 436,000. And there's another big shelf right here. What price is that? 73. So that puts us over here. How much is over there? Woo! 5 mil. And what's here? 4 mil. And then what's here? 1.5. Yep. So 4 and price sitting at 65. Yep, that's right over here. There's an order block that sits here. And then what is this? 5 mil. That's at 73. That puts us right there. Yep. I'm gonna leave those levels there, but I'm pretty sure this level gets taken. I'm pretty sure that level gets taken. You know what? I'm gonna remove that box. I don't need that box anymore. Let's take the dynamic off so we can see this a little bit clearer. That makes sense. Okay. Nope. Dun 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 dun. What are you doing here, Saint? Yep. So take that for liquidity because we have 55. Okay, so there's some liquidations out. There's 1.59 million, and that's at 55.755. That sits right inside of this order block right over here. So we would have to take that for liquidity. That would give us the move that puts us inside of this area, which sits us right around 65. So let's mark off these levels. Let's be proactive here and look at some of these levels in advance. What did we say? 65. So that's right around here. Yep. And what was this level? 65.917. Let's thicken that up a little bit. Let's go ahead and just make that black. And again, what was that? That was 65.91. Okay. 9171. Huh. Right in the middle of that order block. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna turn you black so I can see you better. I don't think that that 0.5 is gonna do nothing for me. I'm gonna take it off. I don't even like that 0.5. 3, 2. It's kind of weak, but I'm gonna turn that one purple, and then I'm gonna leave these red because the next level above that is, what did we say? 73.0143. 73.0143. And that puts us over. Whatever, I'll just put it like that and then do it manually. 0143. And that puts us right on the bottom of that box. So, and that's right above the 0.88, but not 100%. So that's like 90 something percent. That's where the real liquidity sits in that area. Oh my gosh, that would be so juicy. That would be juicy. I think that, I don't think that's going to do anything for us. I don't think that 382 is going to do anything for us, really. I mean, I'm going to leave it there just to see what happens, what occurs there. I don't have a break of structure, which is kind of disappointing. But you don't always need a break of structure. I mean, you got to change a character here on the bullish side, but there was no break of structure that occurred there. You can get the same exact thing here. All right. So I'm just gonna continue to build, because when I look here at liquidity, there's nothing here below. There's nothing below. There's nothing here. Like, pretty much hitting a floor for it in the meantime. Okay. You're not gonna give me that? It's fine. The 10x leverage, okay. It's dismal down here. It's all over here. Everyone that's shorting it in their model, okay. Yeah, we're gonna hold on to this, boys. We're gonna hold on to this. We're just gonna build. You know, if we get sweeps, we get sweeps. It is what it is. We're gonna long it. We're not gonna be scared. We're gonna long it. Yeah, I want us to target these levels right over here. Maybe it breaks out of this trend line, gives you a false impression. Target that liquidity, then we come right back down again. Because that move came from yesterday, and that was an aggressive move. So everyone that just piled in right here, I can see why there's 5 million in liquidations that sit here in this area. And then there's 4 million that sit over here. Okay. Yep. That's what we're going to do. That's exactly what we're going to do. That's exactly what we're going to do. All right. I'm glad we went to that. I like that. I like that. You lined it. Yeah. I don't think ETH is going to give us anything today. You know, unless, you know, we get one of those pushes into, you know, into Asia, and we get a push into 3084. Let's go to a slightly higher time frame. I did that wrong. We got to remember on 13-minute for that. Let's go to a 610, 1362. Yeah, look at that. 1362 is just printing a 3. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait. I don't want to long it. You got a whipsaw going on with it right now. Look at that. 2987, 3044. And what does this look like here? Well, same BS, just volatility. Even if I get all the way to a higher time frame, just volatility. I don't want anybody to play. I don't want anybody to play. It's fine. I'll wait. I'll wait. Quick second. I gotta use the restroom, guys. I'll be right back. I'm still here, but I'll be right back. Get this plant that I planted outside, but the drainage in it sucks. It's a potted plant, the giant apostle iris, and I put premium soil in it and everything. Fox Farm gave it its nukes. It was doing great. Then it rained a couple days, and then I was in its natural watering cycle, and I'm trying to combat rot root right now, or root rot, excuse me, because she has too much water in her. I think I need to drill some bigger holes in her on the inside. I really don't feel like repotting that thing. I just gave her some newts this morning. I was outside just draining her. The numbers, those numbers are TD9 sequentials. Those are TD9 sequentials. The candle analysis strategy. Candle analysis and trend, excuse me. River doesn't want to play here either. You notice how River and ETH are like doing the same thing but on the opposite sides. So either ETH is going to break down to the downside and River will break up, or the opposite. River will break down to the downside, get into that 39, 38 pocket, and ETH will pop up into that 3084, 3090 handles. I do. My private mentorship, I teach all this stuff. You have two options. You can buy the indicators outright and then just have them for yourself and just kind of learn as you go. I do offer some tutorials for those, but I don't do hand holding if that's the route that someone wants to go. If someone chooses to be, you know, a student of mine, then they'll roll into the 3-month program that I have with them. And if they choose to buy the indicators separate, then they get them at a discount. And then as we go through those classes, you know, I use these regularly, so I teach them how to use them regularly on top of the tutorials that come with them. So everything you see, I teach. Just shoot me a DM inside Discord, and then I can walk you through the courses. Private mentorship is $750. It's a flat fee. It's for 3 months. I work with you every single week. We do one-on-ones. You have 11 video courses that come with it. If you choose to buy the indicators you typically run for, it's about 15 indicators. They usually run for about $1,000. I usually sell them a little bit for a discount, roughly around $425. If someone's inside ScalpX, or if they are one of the students, then they get a discount that's applied towards them. But if you want to go into deeper discussion, things of that nature, feel free to reach out to me. There are students that are inside of these chats. If you don't have to take my word for it, you can ask them. They'll give you insight. I have some long-term students that are in here as well. I've taught over 40 different students worldwide. You can't DM me on Discord? Why? Is it blocked or something? I guess, yeah, just tag me in in general, and then I'll grab the tag and then I'll message you. I'm very picky about the students that I take on, though, just disclaimer. It's not a enter here or stop loss there. Like, you will be profitable within like the first 2 weeks. That's my main goal, is to make you profitable in 2 weeks. So whatever investment you put into your learning, that you can make that back within 2 weeks. That's my personal goal to my students. But after that, then it becomes, you know, we get in the weeds. We pull everything back. We pull everything back. Let me see. Yes, America's. Dilpad, that's you, right? Yeah, I just accepted you, brother. I got you. Yep. That's the wrong saint. I see it here, but that's the wrong saint. There's a couple different saints that are in there. Yeah, there's a couple saints that are in there. But it's all good. I mean, I know you're there. I got your message, bro. Yeah, I'm replying to you now, too. I took on one student earlier this morning. I squeezed him in. Another one of my guys had to push his off for 2.5 weeks. So I do have roughly like one opening. I might be able to squeeze somebody else in there. It just depends on who the individual is. Like I said, I'm picky about the students that I work with. Yeah, imitator, yeah. Yeah, there's imitators out there. It's all good. It's the highest form of flattery. Yeah, I'm the correct thing. That's what's up. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's the breakdown. So you let me know, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, I get that on Twitter as well too. Like people literally like copy and paste. That's why I always tell people like look at my profile. Like I just look at the imagery and things like that. And if you're in doubt, like just you can message me. I respond to almost everybody. I got cussed out of my DMs the other day because someone took a river short at like 70 something and they got liquidated. But you know they made amends. I mean I understand they were coming from a frustration point, but my point to that is like I reply to everybody. I don't judge people based on their worst sins, if that makes any sense. Let's see what some of these big boys are doing. What are they doing out there? Kind of stagnant. They're longing. This guy longed 3018. Why? Help me understand why, bro. You were longing resistance. Okay. You were longing resistance. You were trying to be that guy. Hey, you might know something I don't know. Your piano looks good, so no shade. I swear, I look at some of these whales. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and ignore you. You know, look at some of these whales. When did you open? Oh, you just opened this account. Hey, you just opened this account. This might be someone's burner account. And you just opened this, what? A week ago. You've been doing pretty good for a week. 42. Yeah, you're a shark. You're not a whale. $17,000. Nice. Long on hype. And everybody keeps talking about hype. I'm probably gonna take a look at that. I already did look at that. I had levels for hype. I'm gonna get rid of ETH real quick just because ETH's not doing anything. And what did we mark this? Oh, that's on a cooldown too. I think we looked at it from a weekly, or was it a 4-hour? Or of course, is the idea not populating? Okay, so I need to go and find where hype is at, where I have the idea mapped out. Maybe it's over here? No, it's not. Now I gotta go and dig for that idea. The only thing I can't stand about trading views sometimes, it's like you gotta sync everything globally. There you are. There you are. You are synced globally. What was that? Why aren't you showing me? There it is. That was weird. It wasn't there a second ago, and I did go to daily. Dang, that thing's stretched. Yeah, I think people were asking, like, would you short it here? No, I didn't short it there either. I'm glad I didn't. That's running hot. So, damn, I don't know if we're gonna get back down to this level. Think about that for a second, Saint. I mean, you can get an A, and you can get a B, and then get your C. I don't think I'll get it that way. I'll continue to wait. If I don't get this level, then I'll just, like I said, I'll just continue to wait. I'll wait for the short. I really wanted to see this level over here. This is a sharp wave. It's a sharp wave 2 right here. 1, 2. This thing is going to go absolutely bananas. I don't want to blindly long that. I'll wait for I'll wait a couple days on that. Yeah, I got buy signals. That looks good. Damn, I don't even think I'll have a couple days. Let me see what kind of retest I can get if I can fill some of this. Ooh, do I have a shaved bottom on that? Oh no, I don't. Let me see if I can fill some of this fair value gap over here. If I can fill some of this, I'll look at some long opportunities on that. So let's go the next day because I'm on daily. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Try to flip that area. Okay. Yeah, let's look for 23. Let's set an alarm. Actually, let's just come down a little bit lower, so that way we'll get an advance heads up on that. That puts us like at 24 and some change. So if we can get price action to come back into that area, we'll look for some longs on hype. We'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, the indicators, I'm ready to at the same time, but yes, indicators are lifetime. So once you pick them up, you have lifetime access for them. Whether you remain my student or you just pick up the indicators, if you buy the indicators outright, they're all lifetime access. My ADD is kicking in, if you can tell. I'm literally saying this out loud as I'm writing to you. All right, River, what are you gonna do? Just give me a breaker structure. That's, come on, give us a breaker structure. Give us something we can work with. Just been sitting there. I mean, there's not much. There's a little bit of liquidity. Yeah, there's a pocket that sits over here. There is. Not going to dispute that. But I mean, give it to us. Long it hard, and get us right into 55 so we can get some of that liquidation. Um. Really want to see this. Just give us a sweep into this area. It may not give it to us. It may not, right? So like, I'm not adding to positions. I'm not fully closing. If it wants to run my stop, runs my stop. That's okay. I'll look for re-entry. That was the whole point of just taking that scalp, saying, okay, it was a profitable move in that sense. Made the money that I need to make. Is it going to award me or allot me to have a re-entry in that sense? All right, hang on real quick, guys. Gotta do something. I'm still here. I'm just flexing my superpower right now, doing like 4 things at once. Hold on. Okay, hold on. All right, Pat, I'm going to set you up here. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to set you up here in a second. I'll just wait for everything to come through and then I'll set you up. Oh, shoot. All right, market closed already, what, 11 minutes ago? Now we're in that, like, what I like to consider like that purgatory time frame, right? Like, not much is going to go on. Roughly around 5 o'clock, that's, you know, that's Asian market opens. Cash market will open up at 7. So it's important to know this about sessions, right? Like, I've said this before. If you're going to trade sessions, you want to be on your sticks, on your charts, about 45 minutes to an hour beforehand, because the real move will happen when the cash market's open. So the development will happen prior to. So what I'm getting at is if we're going to move up to the upside, right, for ETH or for River, or the opposite, if we're going to move down, like, this is the time right now before that cash market opens that we need to start looking, start seeing those levels of where it's going to be going to. We've obviously already been discussing this for the vast majority of the day, what levels that we're looking at for ETH. So we already kind of have an advantage for that, right? Same thing for River. We already have an advantage as far as what we're looking for. Now it's just a matter of it actually developing and coming to fruition, and then we can, start executing those levels. I'm looking at shorts for ETH. I'm looking for ETH to reach, 3084, 3090 inside of those areas, and I'm looking for a short opportunity inside that. If it decides to punch right through that, we have some fair value gaps that sit in the 3100s, all the way to roughly around 3165. So my thought process is if we start breaching 3084, 3102 inside of those areas, we start breaching those areas, then I cut my position. I'll take my loss, I'll take my L, and then I look for that area. So anything that's inside over here, it's empty space. So there's not much that's going to go on over here. I'm going to look for the fair value gaps. I can look left, I can, but I don't need to. This is, one of the benefits of having an indicator that just kind of outlines that for us in advance, that you can just see this area and just look at price action getting to those levels. All about holding here. This is hodling. That's what it looks like. I'll try to kick it with you guys, for a little bit longer, up until Asia. I'm not gonna front. I am hungry. I do want to grub. Actually, no. I have a student I need to teach around 6:30, so I need to be prepared for that in about an hour and 15. I'm always teaching. I'm always teaching. I swear, somewhere in my past life, I was probably a teacher, like at a college or high school or something like that. I don't know where this comes from because nobody in my family is a teacher. They're quite the opposite. What you talking about for ETH, or are you talking about for River? Which one? Both? Me too, bro. So quick feedback, right, from the channel perspective, things that the channel can actually provide down the road, right? Once the page reaches like, I think like 3,000 views of public views of ours, then the page opens up to like private subscriptions. My question to you is this: would you subscribe from a private subscription perspective, right? Not just subscribe to the channel. That would be a paid service where you received daily updates, before market opens. Let's say it's like 7:30 a.m. You have access to a private video of what the market's going to do, or at least what I'm looking at for the market to do. A quick, 15-minute video, 10-minute video of giving you a market analysis on ETH, Bitcoin, and then a coin that I'm looking at. Is that something that you would be open to subscribing to? Is that something that would work for you in your wheelhouse? Because I want to make sure that people that are obviously I have no idea. I honestly have no idea what the price would be. It'd be something cheap though, something cheap, $5 or something like that, $7, something cheap, nothing crazy expensive, anything like that. Just like a monthly subscription to where like you can expect, like, okay, it's Monday, it's Sunday, it's Monday, it's Tuesday, it's Wednesday, it's Thursday. This is what we should expect going into the week, or each day. These are the trades that I'm going to be looking at, and then that you guys would have access to that. So kind of like what I do here in the very beginning of these streams, I would actually maybe allocate that towards a private section, and then just go into trading live. So anybody that just so happens to be part of that private sector, you guys will have that advanced notice knowing exactly what I'm looking at. So you can take the trades with me. You don't have to watch the streams. I would love for you to watch the streams, but you don't have to. There's something that you can take on your end. Look at River. What are you doing, River? River's testing that change of character again. Maybe your pullback's a little bit higher. Maybe your pullback's a little bit higher. But once we reach a certain level, like I can assign like certain badges. I can see already so far I have some long-term followers on here. Matter of fact, Solar, you're here. Wow, I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade you over to moderator, brother. So just added Solar just added you to moderator. Scissors, you're my boy. I've been rocking with you for years. So there's like certain badges like that you guys can be picking up for that. You know, it's just something to keep the streams interesting, make it beneficial for you guys. No river bipolar. Yeah. Okay, say less. All right, cool. I'll come up with some ideas. What does the poll look like for the class tomorrow? I had like 8 hours left on that thing, or at least I set it for 8 hours. What does it say here? 97 votes, which is crazy. I'll get like 97, 100 plus votes, and then like 4 people will show up. And then they're like, "Did you record it?" No, I didn't. 31 want risk management. 42 want pattern identification. That's what's up. It's one of my favorites. What up, Peebs? I see Peebs in there. All right, cool. You guys want the hedge, but not enough people want the hedge. I can see a good amount of you guys want the risk management. And that's okay. I mean, in my courses, I have risk management I teach in there directly. And that's a longer video. That's like almost like 2 hours, to be honest with you. But I go over a lot of stuff in there. How to hedge. You got 5 hours left on that. And it's really up to you guys, right? I give you guys the topics, and it's what you want to learn. So that's amongst you and your peers and your fellow comrades when it comes to these classes. So if it's not going in your direction, then you need to start lobbying inside of the general chat and getting people to vote in the direction that you want them to vote in. Become a traitor politician or a Discord politician. Vote for liquidity. And got some imbalances on. Is it what? No, are you still showing? Oh, yeah, okay, showing me. Okay, good. Hey Google, change smart bulbs to candlelight. Thank you. Yeah, doesn't look like much is going to occur here. It just keeps testing that change of character area over there. I'll keep stripping it as it gets out of air. If it decides to push up, it pushes up. I'm okay with that. I'll look for add backs. You know, if we break this area over here and we start breaking this, then I'll just look for add backs. Yeah, hedging is good. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Basics do kind of show you that. But right off the gate, if you're a brand new trader, I definitely 100% do not recommend hedging. I do not recommend hedging as a brand new trader trying to build your portfolio, trying to build your strategy, things like that. Hedging is a risk management strategy at the end of the day. And there's a multitude of ways. Most people trade saying, I want to make money on both sides. And yes, essentially that is one of the principles behind it, that you can make money on both sides. But the way, at least that I utilize it, is yes, I'll make money on both sides, but one of those positions just becomes an insurance policy for me so I can build on the other side. So I can build a bigger position on the other side. So once I've taken profits and I'm good on those profits, then I'll leave a runner going so that way I can start. Let's say, for example, I shorted River from 82, took a hedge right around like 56 inside that area, TP'd around 73. Then I added back to my short at 73. So all of those profits from the long get converted into the short. Now I rode that short all the way down to these 47, 48 levels, took some TPs on that, still left a runner going, and then used those profits to start building a long. Still having a runner, so in the event that I am wrong and I do have to burn a position, then the short will make up for it. So there is method to the madness that's behind it, but the main instrument for me when I'm utilizing hedges is to help me build on the other side. I think one of the most common mistakes a lot of people make when they're hedging is that they take too much profit off of their winning position, and then they go in too heavy on the opposite side trying to build a hedge. I see that more often than few, and that becomes damaging at the end of the day. Yeah, we're running into that stagnant side. Nobody's really doing anything here. It's getting closer towards the end of the month. We might see a lot of this type of price action for the next couple of days, to be honest with you. Sunday is going to be wild. Sunday is going to be wild. I feel confident about that. So Sunday, I might do a quick stream with you guys on Sunday. It'll be late. It'll be late night though, so it'll be going into Asia Open, the week open. So like 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'll probably do a stream. Through the course of the day on Sundays, it's those are church days for me. Saturdays are Sabbath for me, so it's mainly a focus on reading, doing some fasting, things like that on Saturdays. So Saturdays I don't do much. I had the charts there; they're open, just kind of peeking at them. Maybe got some overnight positions and holding, but no active trades really on Saturdays. Sundays, as we get into like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, sometimes even right after church, I always notice that it always gets me. I go to church and to come out, I'm like, what happened to price action? What is going on? So then I look closer around like 5 o'clock, things like that, before Asia opens. So we got a brand new week that's starting and a brand new month that's starting come Monday. So I fully anticipate Sunday to be an aggressive day going into Monday. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday next week, I expect those to be some good days. So if you didn't hit your targets this week, no stress. Next week should be a relatively good week for us. We just need to make sure that we're positioned accordingly. So I might do a Sunday stream That's tentative. I'm not guaranteeing it. I'll do my absolute best. Right after church, I have a couple students that I need to work with, and I work with them individually for roughly about an hour. So it just depends on where my mental status is after that. If I have enough if I have enough juice in the tank to hop on. But if I don't, I'll still post inside of our corner inside Discord, so you guys get an idea as far as what I'm looking at. But usually on Sundays, every Sunday, whether it's a new month or what have you, it's always going to be a new week. So I typically start to chart the higher time frames and start getting an idea as far as what I'm going to be looking at for the week, and then I'll build my analysis around that. I highly recommend that for anybody, especially if you're new to trading. Sundays in a new week provides an opportunity, like a fresh start for you. So if you had a bad week, remove all your drawings off your chart and just start with a brand new clean chart. That's the best way I can put it. I can't say enough how much that helps as a trader. Sometimes just completely removing all of your ideas and just starting fresh, starting from scratch. All right, hang on real quick, guys. Gotta check something. Just okay. right. So I'm gonna drop off here. I wanted to rock with you guys until about 7, but I have some due diligence that I need to do on my side. I have a student I need to take on here at 6:30, and then I got to start setting some other people up for some classes as well too here in the next hour. I say that because if you guys have any questions or if you have anything you want to go over, in the next hour or so, and you can ask me anything really, whatever you're struggling with, whatever I can help give you some guidance on. These are those opportunities that, you can kind of fire away. Maybe you need some life advice. I don't know. Whatever I can help with. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I'm still here. I should probably post about the giveaway on Twitter. It'll probably drive more people to the streams. But here's a better question I can maybe ask you guys. What do you want to see more inside the streams? Don't say my face. I share my face enough. But what would you like to see more inside the streams that maximize your time, maximize your efforts that are here? I'll take on some constructive feedback, see if I can put it into the wheelhouse. Maybe you guys like it just the way. There had to be one. There's always one. There's always one. But oh, you want it more friendly with my face? Yeah, I can do that. Makes you feel like you're interacting with me a little bit more. There you go. That's just for you, Mudai. That's just for you. Yeah, I need to adjust that over a little bit, actually. There we go. I have no quarrels with BTC. It's just my most profitable trades, just as a trader, have always come from ETH. So I just stick to where I've been profitable. To be honest, I could apply the same things. I mean, 2024, I traded a lot of BTC with ETH. But I know ETH like the back of my hand, if that makes any sense. I can be anywhere. Someone can tell me where price action is at, and I'm like, okay, I know what next level it needs to go to. So just, excuse me, repetition is the mother of all skills. So a lot of my strategies, my testing, and things of that nature have always derived from ETH. So that's one of the main reasons for it. Can it be applied towards other coins? Yes. Can it be applied towards BTC? Yes. But as BTC is making this, or has made that shift, obviously being the most dominant coin that's out there, has the most dominance out there, and ETH being more underperforming, I'm kind of going with the underdog in that sense, right? Like BTC, it's at its glory, it's at its run 100%. I don't feel like I missed anything out on that, but I want to take that same toolage and apply it towards ETH, and then ride that to, we reach historical moves on that. So that's kind of the thought process behind it. But I do look at BTC, I'd look at some areas, look at some levels. I have some maps that are on there. I don't base my analysis off of BTC. Like, well, if BTC dumps and ETH is going to do, like, I know BTC would if BTC dumps, obviously alts are going to fall with it too. So I'm not, ignorant to that effect, but I don't base my analysis off of that. Some basics, yeah. So accumulation and distribution. I think that's probably one of the most basic things that anybody can look at, or at least try to identify. That'll kind of open the world for you in Elliott waves, candle analysis, things like that. So when you have an up thrust, like this, when you see up thrusts like these, and then you start seeing sideways movement, it's one or two things. You're either going to start to see distribution, or you're going to see reaccumulation. And so here, considering that this was a resistance area for us, right? This was a redistribution area because you had a down thrust, came back into these levels, didn't break any highs or anything like that. Then you kind of move sideways. So when you're starting moving sideways and then you're starting to see a dump, that is redistribution. So on redistribution, when I see redistribution, then I'm essentially looking for the longs. I'm not looking for the shorts, because if you already missed your boat. You already missed your boat. So when you see sideways movement, and whether it's sideways movement, on the downside, or sideways movement on the upside, here, this appears to be distribution. And it could very well be accumulation, because you have a resistance area that sits over here. So when you see a breakout from there, then that confirms that you are inside of accumulation, inside this area. So you'd look for a breakout to the upside, and then see the same thing, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Now, am I going to go into distribution and then I can move right back down, or am I going to reaccumulate here in this area? Well, this would most likely be a distribution area inside this zone over here, because we're going to fill in this fair value gap, this gap right over here. That's where you see these pink boxes. Same thing like we move over to river, right? River pump, 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 pump. Sideways movement. Reaccumulated right over here. Squeeze. Quick little sideways movement. Distribution. Dump. Very quick accumulation right over here. Move up. That's why you see the aggressive moves. Now you have a quick distribution that sits right over here inside this area. Dump. Distribution. Dump. Try to reaccumulate here inside this zone. Quick distribution. Dump. Now we're seeing, once you have that dump, now you want to see sideways movement. That would be ideal, sideways movement. And that's kind of like what we're seeing right here, right now. So you want to see accumulation, and this can last for a while. This is where, not to get too technical, but this is where fib zones come into play for me. How long can this accumulation phase last? And inside that accumulation phase, can I see wicks in certain directions? Well, yeah, I'm sandwiched in between two order blocks right over here. And this zone lasts until the 29th. I believe, what is today's date? I think today's the 28th, right? Or today's the 29th? Today's 28th, sorry. Right, so that can last until 1 o'clock tomorrow, 1:30 tomorrow. Just sideways movement. Just sideways movement. So you could even exit out of this position, wait until tomorrow, get into a new position, and then run it right back up in that area. But when you see these moves down to the downside and you start to see sideways movement, because I see so many people see a downward move and they're like, I'm going to short here. Why? 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 Your probabilities are 50-50, and they're 50-50 for you to lose. It's a greater probability, really, if you're looking at it, to lose on that short if you're shorting right there in that area. So you want to long on accumulation. You want to short on distribution. Watching paint dry. CME gaps. I have some tutorials on CME gaps. I think I posted that inside of my my private Discord. I'll pull that over. I'll redistribute that into ScalpX so you guys have that. There's literally like a handful of you guys that are inside of my private one. That's really derived for students. Current students, ex-students, things like that. So I'm looking at this saying, okay, well, this looks like it has accumulation here in this area. If I can get a break of structure, right, we're running into exhaustion. So the next things that I look at now, I'm going to start layering in some a little bit more technical aspect to it is, okay, well, I'm running into exhaustion. You know, it's losing a little bit of momentum. It still has strength. So essentially, bears still got their foot on the neck, for lack of better terminology. Right, they can push down a little bit more. Maybe you get a sweep of these lows, but they're essentially they're running out of juice. There's only so much that they can push down before they get completely exhausted. So if you're bearish on river, you wanted to take a pause here and then run it back up to, you know, let's say 68, or what was the liquidity areas we were looking at? We're looking at 65. There was a liquidity zone that's set right around like 55. I think there's like 1.4 million at 55. It's decent amount of liquidity inside the area, but you have more liquidity once we get into this zone. I think there was like 4 million that's set in this area. Actually, we did label that 4 million, and there's 5 million liquidity in that area. So how does price action move? You know, what does it go for? So once you identify, you know, if I'm in accumulation or distribution, where is it going to go? What's going to be the most logical zone for it to go? It's going to target liquidity. There's liquidity at those levels that I just marked off for us. So then you layer in your fib levels. This is how you build confluence. Okay, I got liquidity zones that sit inside this area. I got order blocks that sit inside this area. And then I have certain fib levels that sit inside this area. Yeah, I like this zone. I like this 618 all the way to the 0.88. I got an order block that sits there. I got liquidity that sits inside this area. And it would make sense for us to be inside of wave 2. And I also have a trend line in the event that I get a third tap, or technically it would be a second tap. This is where the tap originated. This is the first tap. The second tap would really be somewhere over here. So you start building that confluence inside of that zone. So when you're looking at it saying, why would I short from this area? Why would I short? Maybe you get something short-lived. Maybe you do get a spike down. But if you're, I promise you, most people that are shorting from that area, they're not scalpers. They're gamblers. And I don't mean gamble in a derogatory sense, in the sense of insulting. I mean it in the sense of like they're gambling that it's going to go down lower, but from the technical perspective, the technicals are not there. The liquidity's not there. You have a small little pocket that sits there. Maybe you get a flush into the zone and then it pulls right back up. River moves aggressive like that. River moves aggressive like that. ETH used to do that. It still has potential to do that, but you could see the same thing for ETH. Move up and then move down. Order blocks are mainly derived from where there's orders that are sitting inside of that zone where people are already placing their orders, and there's volume that's tied and connected to that, how much volume they're actually placing their orders. The liquidity zones are where people have already entered and they're sitting inside of their positions. So price action is going to go back and target those people that are already sitting in those positions, where you force out entries, or you force out stop losses, or you force out into liquidation, where people just get flushed out. So when you're looking at a coin glass or heat map or anything like that, that's where most people are just sitting inside of their position, just holding those positions. Price action loves to go and target those. Institutional money loves to go and target those areas. So when we're talking about price action chasing down that area, you're really talking about institutional money. We're talking about the BlackRocks of this market, right? We're talking about the actual real whales, not the sharks or anything like that. We're talking about the whales, people that have $6 million plus as far as portfolios that they can move the ticker. They can move the ticker. And so what are they going to be targeting? They're targeting liquidity. Everyone that's super bullish right now, they're gonna go, oh, okay, you're super bullish, cool. There's liquidity that sits around 2,700, 2,600, 2,500. Let's just go ahead and flush it to there, because you got all these people that are longing that area and holding inside of those zones. People that have been holding from the 2,600s when we had that dip. I believe it was in November. When was this? Yeah, November. There we go. I was right. November. This is just an example. I know I'm segueing. I don't want to be too distracting here, but see, there was a fair value gap that was here. And see how it filled in majority of it, but didn't breach below it. So it just filled in that imbalance. Now, let's go back over to, what were we on, 377? Yeah, 377. That's kind of like what we're looking for here. We want to see it fill a good portion of this fair value gap, not the entire thing, fill a good portion of it, and then come back down. So this is why I was saying earlier, you know, I'm looking at this area over here because there was a previous support area over here. It pushes to this, you know, this high, if you will, local high. So retesting that zone as far as retesting support and flipping support into resistance, right? It's already done it once, right? Look at this wick. And look at this wick. It's already done it once. Now we'll come back and retest that. We only had one test of that area. So coming back and retesting that area, at the same token, filling in some of this imbalance, all this area here gives us an opportunity to start hunting for shorts. There is also a support level over here too, where we got that ridiculous push. This was just the other day. I think no, that was 7:30, where there was another day that we were looking at. It was like 5 o'clock and it pushed ridiculously out of nowhere. But anyways, here's my point to that is this, right? You have a support level over here that pushed into this high. So we could be coming in testing this level right over here, still fills inside of this fair value gap. So I'm being a little bit more aggressive with my short entry, sitting somewhere around like 3,084. So it's testing this zone over here. But Saint, what if it goes higher? Well, I'll burn that position and then I'll look for the short that sits right over here. Because the bias won't change. The bias won't change. The bias is saying we're inside of a wave one, we need to have a wave two. In order for us to go higher, we need to come down a little bit lower. We need to collect some of this liquidity that established here inside of this area. Once that's established, then we can talk about, okay, what's the next higher level for us to go to? Everything moves in waves when it comes to the market. As they hunt down liquidity, it's going to move in waves. I hope that helps. I get some water, be right back. Yep, no doubt. And as you guys start learning this stuff with me, you vibe with me, everything will start clicking. It'll just start clicking. Like, okay, I know what he's looking at. And listen, I could be wrong. I could be 100% wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times before. I'm not too proud to say that I'm always right. I've outgrown my cocky era, if that makes sense. I have sons, so they can take the mantle in that regard. I have 3 boys, so you'll never see me post. I mean, every now and then I'll have a flex, like I was right. This is what I was looking at, yeah, but I could be wrong. Doesn't necessarily change the bias. And that's also why I run a higher leverage, because it forces me to have pinpoint accuracy. Forces me to have pinpoint accuracy. And there could be traders out there who are like, you know, I got a day job, I got a family, I got things I got to do. Run a lower leverage. You don't have to have pinpoint accuracy. Just the bias in itself is there. You know, look at what some of these sharks and some of these whales are doing. Excuse me. On Hyperbot, you know, they're running like a 10x leverage. Some of them like 5x. Obviously, they're running much larger portfolios. But look at these guys. You know, this cat over here is running a 3x, 25x. That's pretty aggressive. How big is that size? $4 million position at 25x. Big ones. Big fat ones. But here's the point, right? 25x, 15x, 18x, 20x, 2x, $10 million position, $8 million portfolio. That's a whale. That's a whale. And if you go to Hyperbot, you can actually just allocate them. Just look simply just for the whales, and it tells you what is a whale. Exceeds 500,000, which it should be in the millions. Really, anybody that has a $6 million or more portfolio, that's your real whale. And you have sharks and you have shrimps. And then see what these big boys are doing. Just look at their leverage. Don't even go into their positions. Don't even look at what their track record looks like. Just identify and look at what they're doing here. They're running a lower leverage. They're basically saying, this is my bias. I know it's going to go in that direction that I'm looking for, and I'm just going to sit and wait. Sit and wait. And so that's what that really tells you at the end of the day, is that they're going to take, you know, a 80 pip move, 120 pip move, and they're going to cash in hard on that. Just look how large these moves are, or these margins are. Dang, my guy, you're a bot. Oh my gosh. Well, this is not the greatest of examples. This is a bot. This is not hand trading. There's no way this is hand trading. In the 1 week, he's up 314,000. Today, he's up 32,000. In the last month, up 213. Altogether, he's up 1.1. This guy has way too many trades. Way too many trades. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, he's sitting on what, 3.4 million. I think he could have a little bit more. He took a hard hit. This was this was the bloodbath of October. He took a hard hit, so he's trying to recover. But when you see stuff like this is bot trading. It is not physically possible for someone to be running all these trades by hand and entering by hand. That's a bot trader. Is this the same guy? This is one guy. 322,000. No, you're not a whale. I'm looking for. Okay. Delay on the screen. Well, I don't know why it's delaying, so let me try to refresh from here. There we go. Let's check on our other guy over here. This guy had 58 positions. He dropped a position. He had 59. I remember that from memory. He's up 7 mil. Jeez. You go, my guy. Bot trading. He's got his bot pretty good. But look at that. 5x, 3x, 3x, 3x. Yep. This is 100% a bot. Is he on River? Can I see if he's on River? Nope, he doesn't have any River. He's long on Zek. This guy's Sounds so he shorted silver. Oh, did he just close a position? Oh no. Bro, look at this. He has 406. Yeah, this is a bot. Okay, yeah. This is a bot. Just now. Look at that. It's not physically possible for a human being to open 406 positions by hand. So he's got bots running. 19 mil, that's a whale. This guy, he knows what he's doing with his bot. What's this guy doing? This is my patient guy. This guy's still short from 34. He had to be sweating when he almost went to break even. 10 mil. He's up 1.5. Yeah. He's holding on to something. He doesn't have any open orders. He's down 10K this week. What? He's up 49,000, so he probably took some trades and then exited. So he's scalping. Look at this guy. You messed with your average. You must have added to your position. You had to have... You have 2 open orders. You have a stop loss at 32.88. And you have a buy limit at 29.10. 29.10. I see what you're doing. Okay, you're going to a previous demand area. Okay. Okay. $3.5 million position. That's when he's going to be stopped out of his short. Damn, bro, you're going to run that real close to liquidation. That's crazy. 91,000 in the red. They got bigger ones than me, bro. 543,000. No appetite for that. Let's all direction. Create time. All 3 hours ago. Yeah, see, this is why it's so stagnant right now. Everybody entered majority of their positions like hours ago. So right around like 2 o'clock, most people entered their positions. What link you talking about? What link you talking about, Modai? Are you talking about the education for CME? I don't know. I don't know. Six hours ago, 10 hours ago, a day ago. So your majority of your whales who are all long entered days ago. All right, let's look at the shorts. Just hours ago. Damn, nobody took my entry. I'm just curious if anybody took my actual entry, 3041. Nope. See, this is what I don't understand about them. Like this, to me, it looks like just blind entry. 3005, like why wouldn't you, unless they're all trading with bots, No, that's a hand trade. Why would you short 3005? Quite literally the bottom of that wick. 3012. Again, don't understand that. 3011, 3011, 3000. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. None of you guys, none of y'all's positions make any sense to me. I mean, you kind of 3021. That was a day ago though, bro. You've been holding it. You've probably been sweating too. 55. You're short on both. 7K in profit. 1.2 million. 1 million position. So he's got 3.2 scattered across. He's up 10 grand right now. Having a decent week. Let's go to your day. 13K day. Oh, so you've taken some profits. So you've already skimmed some off of this. Okay. So I get it. Doesn't make your day a wasteful one. Yeah, so a lot of these shorts are scalping right now, and the longs are trying to build for something greater, if that makes sense. Which tells me what I'm looking at is I'm looking at again that retracement. I'm looking for a deeper retracement. I'm looking for a retracement like down to 2847. Let's go back to the 34 real quick. Like I want to see these areas. That guy had 2910, which is a 0.5 fib in that area. Getting right inside that golden pocket. That's where he has his long setup for. I'm gonna go off the mathematics, really. Maybe I don't get that deep. Or maybe I just flushed the whole thing and just completely violated, but yeah, we're gonna look for these levels. When they come in, if I'm offline, I'll be inside of Discord and I'll be screaming to you guys. This is where I'm long and this is what I'm doing. And then I'll manage it. And I'll manage it from there. Sorry, I digress. I have a strong feeling they're just gonna sweep that, man. I'm so gonna build on that. I'm just gonna wait for that move, and then the liquidity sits down at 28.99. That makes sense why that guy's going for 29.10. But boy, they lose that level. See you at 27.70. There's nothing here. Nada. The saving grace is gonna come right around 28.98. 29, yeah, right at 29.10. So he's longing the top of that liquidity box right there. He loses that. See ya. We will flush this area and we're going to get into 27.65. This is the frustrating thing about ETH right now. It's like it's just sandwiched in between these two. It can really go in either direction. Look at that. Look how much liquidity is up here. Look at all that. When's the last time we were there? November. That's a lie. Yeah, November. That's the last time we were here in this area. So, I mean, at some point it comes here inside the year, whether that comes inside of Q1 and then we get a massive flush down to the downside, or we flush down first and then we can pull right back up. When's the last time we were over here inside of these areas? You know, 2500s. July of last year. So when you're looking at the liquidity from that perspective, you gotta really say to yourself, like, what's really going on in the market? Where are we at right now? That screams consolidation. When you're sandwiched in between two liquidity zones and it has two areas that it can relatively go, it's really a 50-50. You're inside of consolidation. We've been in this deep consolidation for a very aggravating amount of time, if you can't tell by my demeanor. We've been in there for a long time. Oh, you're welcome. If you want to track whale wallets, it's Hyperbot. Hyperbot.com. It's free. Every time you log in, it's going to send you a verification. I'll drop the link in here for you guys. If I can grab it, that'd be great. Here it is. That's the Hyperbot. So when you see me looking at whale wallets and things like that, that's what I'm utilizing. Like I said, it's 100% free. I don't pay for it or anything like that. They do have like paid versions of it, things that you can track if you want to go that route. But I just like to be nosy, see what they're doing, just kind of get an idea as far as what some of these bigger players are doing out there with ridiculous wallets. Like I kind of cap out at like $123,000, $150,000 position. Like that's kind of like where I'll cap out at. And I'm good with that just based on my leverage, because my leverage is so high, which is equivalent to like a $2,500 margin, $1,200 margin inside of those areas. I'll put it on later, buddy. I'll be winding down here in the next 15 minutes or so. You know, let's look at the liquidity from a daily. Yeah, little tiny pockets. It's easier to read like on a 12-hour. Yeah, it's easier to read on like on a 12-hour. Yeah, there's a little pocket, the same area, 3071. Massive level at 3302. Jeez. That's if ETH decides to go gangbusters. So what do you guys think? Where do you think the liquidity gets swept first? Do you think I'll do a poll. Let's go with 3697 or 2765. Yeah, that little pocket first, but then there's a big fat one that sits like at 36 is some change, 36.99, and then that goes into the monthly chart that we were looking at for ETH. When we're looking at the monthly here, you can actually see it on a weekly too if we really want to. So this is my high time frame idea for ETH. It's my high time frame charts. I only do high time frame analysis on this chart. But like, see that 3600? That puts us right over here. Right, we can actually get into this little golden pocket, which is slightly above here. And so there's liquidity that sits right over there. We've cleared all the imbalance here in this fair value gap. The next fair value gap that sits right over here. There's really no fair value gaps that sit over here. This is just going to be the mathematics. Yeah, you know that's hard to say. You know I'd go with, I don't disagree with the 3200s. It's a thin block. It's a thin block. I mean, the real amount of liquidity really is 3521. It starts in that area. Here, I'll show you. You know, it really starts inside here. Look at that, 3526, and then you see this shelf right here. Look at that shelf. That shelf is at 3697, basically 3700. And then if you correlate that with the monthly that we were just looking at, you know, that puts us right inside this golden pocket, right over here, which was previous support here in this area. They were trying to defend that zone. So yeah. And then you have some at 1900. Most likely not. See, this is why I was going for that 2200 in that area. Sweep that area. You can get us into the zone. That lines up with the monthly that we have right over here. See 2250 inside that area. 2228 inside that area. So maybe it front runs, maybe it just gets to 2300s. But I mean, it could stop here at this shelf, which is 2754. It can come down a little bit more and collect a little bit more. All right, River. River might want to come on down a little bit. Come on. Give us an entry, please. Yeah, I know, I see it. Let's see it here. Yeah, so Asian markets are open. Now we're going to see the real move develop here. Going into it. I'm going to say now, whatever river does in the sense of flush from this point going down, I am going to long it. I'm going to long it. It doesn't have to be the first flush. Wherever that flush lands us at, if it lands me at 42, I'm going to long it. There's more liquidity for it to collect to the upside right now than versus to the downside. So my thought process here, where current price action is for river, I'm not opening shorts here. I'm just maintaining the short that I have. I've taken profits. It's a dismal position. It's really nothing. It's nothing that I'm going to be banking off of. It's just having just for principle at this point. But whatever dip that it has, if it gets me into 42, if it gets me into 39, whatever, I'm going to long it. I'm going to long it. And my long is relatively going to be aggressive. I'm not going to full port it, but I'm going to throw a couple hundred at it. I don't even think it'll let me do that, to be honest. Yeah, actually, it might let me do it. I think I need to change some of the margin on there. And, kind of the same thought process when it comes to ETH. Wherever ETH wants to flush up to and take out those areas, I'm looking for that short. I'm looking for that short. So if we go into Asia and, it's super late at night, maybe you guys are still up, maybe you guys got some alarms going on, just know, yep, same probably took an entry here. And if I'm up, I'll post it inside the corner for you guys. All right, guys. As I'm starting to wind down here, you guys kind of know the drill. How it works for me. I'm a faith-based trader. I want to make sure that someone is praying over you and for you. That being said, just give me a moment. This won't take long. Father God, thank you for today's stream. Thank you for the patience to wait for these entries, the focus to monitor the charts, and the vibe we all share together in this community. We're grateful, not just for the setups, but for the conversations that went deeper about what it means to be an optimal trader. Being disciplined, being patient, about being humble, and led by you, not by our emotions. Lord, take what we discussed today and plant it deep into our hearts. Help us manage risk with wisdom, wait for quality instead of forcing trades, and grow in character, not just in skill. Lord, I ask that you cover everyone who is here and every family that they represent, protect their minds from overthinking and overtrading, and fill their homes with peace, rest, and joy. As we log off, go with us away from the charts too, in our decisions, our conversations, and in our private battles. Remind us that you are our source and that growth with you is more important than any single trade. We place this community, our progress, and our future in your hands. We pray all this in Jesus' name. And everybody said, Amen. I will explain that to you tomorrow, Dorian. I will do my absolute best. Just remind me of that. I gotta hop off here. I got a couple things that I need to run and do. I gotta get set up for a couple students. I have a class that I need to teach here at 6:30. I need to set up a new student with some indicators and some of the courses. So I have a couple due diligence that I need to do, and then I gotta go make dinner, and then I gotta eat. So I got a couple things to do, but it is a good question. Always feel free to ask me that tomorrow. We'll put it on the list. I'll do my absolute best to try to get in here a little bit early tomorrow. I will post a link inside of Discord so you guys know where to follow. Just be sure to be following the page. And in the event that you're not inside of our Discord, I don't know why you're not, but shoot me a DM inside of Twitter. I'll get you the link so you can get inside of our Discord. But if you are following the page, just set notification bells so that way you know when I am going live. I typically like to post the live link a couple minutes, maybe an hour beforehand. So in the event that you got stuff that you need to do, you can always hit the notify me button. That way you'll know actually when I'm going live, and you'll get a notification, a push notification to your mobile, to your email, wherever you want to have it sent. Outside of that, as you guys know, I want you guys to continue to be safe while you're out there, especially going into transitioning into Asia markets and London markets. If you had a profitable day, I'm happy for you. It means a lot to me that you guys are following it in the right accord. Just don't be greedy. Protect that capital. Don't let the W fade away, into the midst just based on you wanting more and wanting more. We're always going to have another day. We're getting towards a month end, so as we get closer into the end of this week, it's going to be a little bit more sluggish and stagnant, if you will. The better trades are going to come. Sunday's ultimately going to be a great day. I'm going to do my absolute best to try to trade with you guys, or at least stream with you guys on Sunday late night in the event that I can, because I believe it's going to be a good day for us all together. Outside of that, if this information for you today served as a purpose and was beneficial to you, all that I can ask is that you do subscribe, share the channel with your friends, family, your socials. Bring more people in here, because like minds growing together, it's going to only be a positive thing for all of us. Outside of that, above all, God bless you guys. Peace be with you. And I hope that you find rest going into the remainder of the night. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I love you guys.